Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. It's an exciting day. We've got some ComicConnect auctions that are getting ready to start closing. We got 8 minutes and 33 seconds before the first lot in this session closes. And I mean, you know how we are. We like to watch a lot of auctions. And, some of the guys that are going to be joining us tonight, they're a little more hardcore about it than even I am. But, what better thing to do on a Wednesday night than to get together with some of your pals, hang out, shoot the breeze, look at some comic auctions, and just, in real time, talk about what's going on. So with no further ado, let's bring in a couple of guests. You know these guys. You've seen them before. We've got Ryan with Automatic Comics. We've got Swagglehaus or Mickey. So yeah, here we are, guys. It's we're under 8 minutes now. We're starting to get down to the wire where some of these things are going to kick off. Before we actually start having some lots close, what are your guys' thoughts going into tonight's session?
Yeah, so there are a number of books that I'm watching tonight. The big thing, like you saw in your thumbnail, or everybody saw in your thumbnail, is the Bobby Blue collection. That's the one that we're largely watching just because it's such a unique collection. It's kind of like when we got the Promise collection, you get a whole bunch of big Golden Age keys, and that's what this one has. And they have, I think, a total of 149 books in this auction. They had 10 go yesterday. They have 54 tonight, a lot of them caps. I mean, they almost had a full run of cap. I mean, it's pretty crazy outside of number 1 and 2. And last night, Bobby Blue collection did pretty good. I did my normal price estimate stuff, and it was I had estimated at $74,400, and it went for $84,772. So they beat my estimates by 14%. So definitely not any weakness in.
It's not a bad night, right?
No, not at all.
I think we've all done worse.
And only just getting started too.
Oh yeah, I mean tonight, my estimates for their total books just tonight is $352,600. So,
and that's not including last night.
That's not including last night, and that's not including books like PEP 22 that sell tomorrow. It's not even including the biggest book that is in this collection.
So it's within reach. They could be at $500,000 in sales at the end of the night if they have a good night, like a really. Good night.
if they beat my estimates by 14% again, it would be close. It would be pushing $500,000.
That'd be flirting with it for sure.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
and this is just a piece of the entire collection.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's not even in this auction. So
yeah.
What percentage of it do we know that even got graded? Do we have any visibility into that?
I don't. I mean, Mickey might have a better idea since he talked with Flip Mode on his channel, but I don't.
Yeah. I mean, I don't either. I assume that, when it comes to their biggest keys, the ones that you're looking to do to sort of offset the collection cost itself. I think those ones quickly went to CGC and are here in ComicConnect, but they still have a lot of great stuff and that they're still doing on their Instagram sales, and then also still sitting in for grading. And I think in talking to both them and Vincent, I'm almost certain that they're going to have more books up for sale in future auctions as well.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. I mean, because you think about it, we're talking about, if they have a really good night, pushing $500,000, probably fairly comfortably around 450 after tonight. And you got to think, picking up a collection like this, they're definitely still in the red, most likely, right? I mean, because to pick up a collection of this stature, to pay the CGC fees on books like this, I mean, that's a chunk of change. So while yes, we're talking about some big dollars, they still probably got a bit of ground to cover as far as before they're in the profit.
I doubt they're sweating though.
No, I think they're sitting pretty well, just in the big picture. But if you're like me, it's like, okay, I cut this check. And I kind of feel like Clark Griswold waiting for that bonus check to show up because I've already cut the check, and I need that money back.
The Jelly of the Month Club.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What's nice about it too is I feel like it seems like they got a pretty good sort of white glove, all encompassing service with Comic Connect and CGC and all that stuff. So I would doubt that they had to come out of pocket, at least for all these sort of like transactional handling, blabbing fees and stuff. So at least that stuff is covered.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some handshake deals where it's like, everybody wants a little bit of the excitement, just to be involved with it. I mean, CGC obviously gave it the label designation of the Bobby Blue collection. And, they like to be the grading company that gets to be involved with these big things just for notoriety. Obviously, Comic Connect, I'm sure, is very happy to be able to sell some of these hard to find, like nice copies of some hard to find stuff. So we'll see what happens. But we are winding down to 3 minutes before the first lot closes. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up our,
and yeah, like you were saying,
our
nice
main
copies,
screen
like,
here.
There are some very high grade books in this. Like there's a 9.2 Cap 51. There's a 9.4 Captain Science #2 and a 9.0 4-color 199. I mean, a lot of them are in that like VG range up into the kind of the VG fine type range, but there are the occasional book that are very nice, and a couple of them are big keys.
And I'm not gonna lie, that 8.0 Captain Science 1 looks pretty good too.
Yeah, no, I mean they're and it's like the funny thing is like that. I mean that one, because I priced a lot of stuff out. I'd say the lowest one that I have priced out tonight was they had a 0.5 Tech 47, and that one I just have is like $250. But then the biggest book that I have coming up tonight is the 6.0 Captain America 46. I think that's the biggest one I've got. And so I have that at 36,000. We'll see. It could do better, but that's a monster book.
Yeah, a lot of Cap stuff.
21,000 right now on that Cap 46 you were talking about. That's one of the ones I actually have.
I'll tell you, if it's at that when it comes up, I'll be bidding on that book.
Well, and then you also have some horror books coming after the Caps that are pretty big too.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
the Chamber
Chills 19.
Yeah,
that's over here. A nice
Ryan,
7.5.
I'm curious, Ryan. Did you end up pricing out any non-Golden Age stuff? And where I'm getting with that is like my question being, do you think auctions like this, do they inflate, say, silver and bronze numbers and stuff because you have a lot of people with eyeballs here, or does it actually do the opposite effect?
I really don't. I did not price any of that out, but I was talking to someone yesterday and they said the 5.5 AF-15, and I was trying to find it. I could not get it to show up in my search because I didn't have it marked in my watch list. They said that had a huge sale last night. So really? I'd be interested to know what that one actually went for, but I couldn't find it when I was doing like the search on their page. So
I guess maybe that's a good little plug. That's we're going to be doing a 3-night extravaganza here. So I guess
I buried the lead there, didn't I?
Well, that's all right. I mean, we're figuring it out, but you want to let them know, Drew, I guess what we got in store?
Yeah. So coming up later this week, starting tonight here, obviously, if you're watching now, you figured that part out. Tomorrow, we're going to be over on Ryan's channel on Automatic Comics. We haven't quite figured out the starting time just yet. I would imagine it'd be really comparable to
probably about tonight. Now, because there's some big books that open up that one as well.
Pretty early.
Thrills books. Yep.
Yeah. So probably around the same time the next couple nights of be Automatic's channel tomorrow over at Automatic Comics, and then on Friday we will be on Swagglehaus's channel to look at session number 5.
Yeah, so I think by then maybe we'll have enough we can look back at some of those AF-15 things and make some recap. Some recap conversations.
Well, and that's why what I did before we got on here was I started, at least for tonight, I started adding some of those other key books to my watch list just so I don't lose them when the sale ends, just so we can reference those. And I'll do that for the next day as well.
Yeah. So these Cap 2 and 3 here have been a little bit of a slugfest already, getting that 3-minute timer reset.
For anybody who's not familiar, like I haven't done a lot of bidding on Comic Connect myself. Do you guys kind of want to explain the rules, how they work? If you're
sure, I'm happy to. So basically, you've got that countdown timer that you see there, and if somebody bids within the last 3 minutes, it jumps back up to 3 minutes. So whether that's at
Mhm.
255 or if it's at 5 seconds. So you can play that mind game with people. There's that whole little bit with it. But you can see this one, Cap 2 right now. I mean, I would honestly be surprised if it gets another bid. This is already a huge number. I mean, so this is already at about 16,600, give or take, 16,700. And that book sold on Heritage because it's a Promise collection for 10,500 less than 2 years ago. So
and all of
up
these have
over
the 50% buyer's premium that are going to get added.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, yeah. So my numbers with the so the 16,000 is that's my mental math, my on the fly math. So unless somebody tries to sneak a bid in right at the end.
Here we go. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2.
I'm scrolling up. Here we go.
I'm not doing it.
Hey, closed.
So 14.5 with a 15%. What is that math, Ryan?
Yeah, so it should be about 16,600 or 16,700, give or take. But so if you give it a few seconds, if you click on it, they'll have.
I think if you right click and open the new tab with it, it'll calculate inside that link.
Okay, so let's
16,675.
Yeah.
So
not too shabby, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's almost like a 60% jump. I mean, that's what I've talked about with those. And we got the first Bobby Blue coming pretty soon. That's what I talked about with those Promise Collection keys. The filler books, those ones were dropping like 35% on their next sale after all the hype from the first one, but the keys have been selling for more. So it's like that Mask 1 jumped from like 104,000 to I think like 144. You had the All-Star or All Select. I'm blanking on it. We'll get to it later. But like some other ones, the Detective 39, the second Robin, that one had a huge jump. Then like this one jumped 60%. I mean, those are substantial jumps, and so people are recognizing the keys, but the ones that are the non-keys are definitely taking a hit.
Yeah. It was interesting. I did a stream the other night where I was kind of doing the preview, and you really notice like the difference of like all those just elements that make these books keys versus non-keys. And like you can see the difference between like anytime he's fighting Nazis versus Japanese soldiers, it makes such a huge difference in the perceived value of like all the books, even if it's like aesthetically, it's almost paint by numbers, the same thing, but between Nazi and Japanese soldiers, huge difference.
Yeah. Well, we're starting to see a couple of these pages sell, which I know that was one of the things that kind of surprised me when I went through the auction listing, was just how many pages. Ryan, I think we were talking earlier this afternoon, and it looks like somebody had most of a Cap 3 and just completely split it all out and is selling it individually.
It seemed like it was the whole book minus the centerfold. So they probably had a coverless copy missing the centerfold, and they just, which I have a problem with. Like if you have one that's like basically complete and you then just tear it apart to sell piecemeal, I mean,
it's not going to be easy, but that centerfold's trackable. I mean, you could find one easily.
Yeah.
And I know we were talking about this last night, like this splash page. I mean, as good as that cover is to 3, this is quite a page.
Yeah. It's fun. It is cool how like, sometimes you'll see certain pages and it's like, in a vacuum, to me, I'm like, why would anyone ever pay like, whatever for a page? And then you see a certain page, you're like, you know what, actually, it's pretty cool.
Exactly.
So I was
that's like Tech 38. Its splash page is identical to the cover.
Yeah.
So it's like you're like, I mean, that's why that one cost a ton. I think it's a few grand just for that page.
We just had the restored Cap 3 sell. Looks like the reserve was not met.
Yeah, that one. Nobody wanted that 9.6
no,
restored.
Professional resto, extensive. Yeah. I mean,
it just feels like maybe if it was in a conserved label, a CGC conserved, maybe it'd be a little more desirable. But
that's tough. Coming down to the wire here on the 0.5.
Yeah, that's a big number too. I mean,
that's a big number.
Yep, sold.
I had that going for 11,000, and I mean that's like 15.5, 15.6.
Yeah, I was mentioning just for people in the chat prior to stream, like that's definitely a Grail Cap book for me. And if I was like, if this was like, $5,000 ago, I would have maybe considered.
Well, check this out.
I mean, that's a big purchase.
What we were just talking about, the centerfold's missing in this copy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and maybe they had a cover list that was missing the centerfold. Maybe that's why they decided to split it out. So I'm going to give a refresh and get us some fresh lots up here. But, we're still kind of working through these cap 3 pages. We've got a couple more rows. Geez, 4 rows, 5 rows.
Maybe this is just really benefiting them. It's like you mentioned, Ryan, like the caps are inconsistent, but because it's such like a collection of caps, feels like all the cap collectors like came out tonight,
Yeah. And it's actually, I'm wondering how that's going to turn out, because I mean, for me personally, and I don't like to give away all my little like secrets for trying to find deals, but I look for situations like this. Like I remember when Heritage had like almost, I mean, not a complete run, but a near complete run of Marvel Mystery. I ended up buying like 5 of them because like they get buried in all these listings, and so sometimes you can snag deals. So believe me, I am watching these caps as they come up, and it's possible I'll bid on some of these. I mean, Captain America, like it has a mix of a much bigger mix of cover artists than Marvel Mystery. It's a lot less Schomburg than you get in some of the other ones, and I personally I like to focus on the Schomburg. So so we'll see.
I personally would like to get one of the Simon Kirby ones, just kind of for the historical nature of it. So that's basically what 1 through 10 to be able to get a hold of one of the ones.
3 is a Schomburg. That's the
3 is an exception. Okay.
Yep. Yeah,
that's why it's so awesome.
And that's why that cover is just so incredible. I mean, you can tell the difference in the artist for me between those. But I don't know if he did any of the others up through 10, but I know he did 3.
So check in here, the 37.
Oh yeah, that's the one I've heard Ryan talk about before.
Yeah,
I've got that one estimated at 18. I think that one's going to go a little ways further than where it's at right now.
So that's
the thing is, like
36 minutes left.
Do you think that these are? We were joking about like the psychology of the 3-minute bid, because it's like, if you watch like a heritage auction or whatever, sometimes I'll be watching something and it's like, okay, like it's looking pretty low. It's like you might be able to snipe this one or whatever.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, when the auction comes up, it's like boom, shoots up by like $1,000 like instantly, right? So
and that's usually when I start tearing up a little bit. It's like, oh,
so it's kind of a different psychology here with these bids, I feel like.
So this Cap Weird Tales at 9,500. It's a good looking copy.
Yeah, no, I'm watching that one. I mean, that's another book. Like, I won't let it sell for that. I will be over here bidding.
So if Ryan gets quiet,
you have a copy of this, Ryan, right?
I have a 3.5, and I paid more for my 3.5 than that. Well, maybe not if it's that one doesn't have 15% yet. So I will gladly purchase that one for 9,500.
No mention there. So. But, I pulled up a few things that were kind of on my watch list. This Cerebus 1.
That's been a book that surprised me. It hasn't pulled back as much as I would have expected, because it went nuts during the comic boom. I mean, that book really went crazy, and I thought it was because like Albedo 2 has pulled back quite a bit. This one really hasn't yet, and so
the thing that surprised me with Cerebus is like even the counterfeit copies are starting to kind of pull some money in now. It's like, you're buying something that's not even real, and yet I don't know if it's just the historical nature of it, or just people know they'll never buy an authentic one or whatever. But I've seen some prices on the counterfeits that kind of made my toes curl.
And I rarely see this book above like a 6. So a 7.5 is a pretty significant grade.
Yeah, so much black, so much red. It's just
But I see that there was a comment in here about some of these Cap 3 pages not even hitting slab cost.
I know, that was one thing I noticed. Like this page 12 for $32. Like you're probably going to pay more in shipping to get the thing to you.
Oh my God.
Than what it's sold for.
I feel like I'm jinxing him, because I was like, I hope you don't sell for very much.
Yeah.
you tore apart this book.
Yeah.
What's interesting, I guess, like, I wonder if there's many people who play in this market of like, oh, he's the page guy, like if I need to find that page to make a copy complete, I can go to
exactly
this person.
I don't know that, but here's the thing. Like, I think the front of this page may have hurt it, because honestly, I'm going to tell you guys, I think somebody got a hell of a deal on this, because the front of the page, we got like some knights and crap. You're like, we're shooting a movie. It looks like, so we got a camera down here, but then you flip it over to the back and look at this. Like you got lots of Cap action. You got Bucky in there. I mean, like that's a
nobody
solid...
noticed that it was a Cap page.
I know. I think that may be what happened. It's like nobody drilled in and flipped, because I gotta say, I think they hurt themselves by leading with the front, because the back is full of action, and those pages always bring a lot more than, obviously something like this.
I wonder if they ever do that, if they show the better page, or if they always do the front of the slab. Because I don't know. I don't see enough pages sell to know what they do there.
What issue was that for? Or which
that's
Cap?
3. That's page 12.
This is
3.
wow.
That's the one that sold for $32. I mean,
it's so weird to say
around backwards.
It's so weird to say someone got a steal on that page, but I feel like they genuinely got a steal on this page.
Yeah, I mean, all in, they're going to be under $75 for shipping and insurance and all that. And I mean, who wouldn't want to put that on their wall for $75? Like that's pretty awesome. So somebody did pretty good. Here's another page that sold for $46. So we're finally starting to get through these. Looks like the secondary splash page sold for $300.
I wonder if somebody, like, if they bought all of them, if they could like rebuild the book for less than what the cover list,
the 0.5. Yeah. Oh man, that's kind of a heartbreak. You get the splash on one side, but then it's the letters page, or no, it's probably, is that the Stan Lee story? Because this was
the thing. I don't know what part he wrote, so it could be. I mean, in theory, that could be why that one went for. Well, I guess the splash is probably why it went.
Yeah, the splash is kind of what I attributed it to, but you never know.
Yeah, it could be just the full text, the text story part.
Oh no, here. Hey guys, reading is hard. Cap foils The Traitor's Revenge by Stan Lee on the back.
Huh, okay. So that's like a double. I mean, that's probably outside of that opening splash. That's probably the best page.
Yeah. Well, unless it says on back Alex cover. I don't know. Punctuation's not their strong point right there. So
it could be that they're just referencing the Stan Lee story,
rattling things off.
And it's cool actually, because like, I mean, obviously there's a lot of reasons to own that book, but I feel like that's not a bad thing to own right there. Just the page as itself, so it's exposed in the slab, etc.
It looks like it's part 2. Like this would be. Well, no, maybe not. What the hell page was that?
That's a cool.
So page 19. So yeah, that's what it is. That was part 2. So you get the splash page, and it's part 2 of Stan Lee's story. So that's probably why this one went for the $240.
Let's see, I'm trying to.
There you go.
Track some of these. Some of the other. Okay, that's what happened. They jumped up. It's because this is always the tricky part. So we were talking about with some of the challenges that come with ComicConnect, and you've got the 3-minute bid, but the big difference between it and other auction sites is, other than I think My Comic Shop and maybe Golden, but a lot of them, whether it's eBay or Comic Link, and even Heritage. To some extent, they go in serial. So it's like one book, then the next book, then the next book. Heritage adds time, but they only add about 10 seconds, so they keep going. But with this, they add 3 minutes, and the books will jump around on the page where they are based on how much time's left, where the most recent one is always at the front. And so if you're watching a book and then somebody bids, it might jump, and you hit like refresh, is going to jump to another spot. And then it's why sometimes you can lose track of stuff. And you kind of need that 3 minutes just to find it and rebid. It does become pages.
It does become a little annoying too, because you'll see that in your watch list here. Also, I noticed that if you decide to refresh the page or whatever, they all like go to like the sold section. So now all these blurred out ones disappear.
Yep. Which I think I'm going to keep trying to do that just to keep space on the board here.
Yeah, because now we're starting to get some more of these that are hitting into that under the 3 minutes. So we'll see if people start throwing in bids.
Starting to get some more that are closing.
But yeah, so because we've got the Cap number 5, which is that's the first Stan Lee like, so cap number 3 is for Stanley work, but cap number 5 is the first Stanley story. So that's its kind of like key little thing. You've also got like kind of like a minor Red Skull cover. It's like I call it like the what is it? The Amazing Spider-Man 315, like the Venom, cameo. It's like just like a tiny little Red Skull head there. But
yeah, here on the wheel.
Yep.
Pull that up.
Yeah. Then the next one that's probably, let's see. Next one, that 10 I have as being pretty pricey. I have that one going for 6,500 and 13 9,000. 13 tends to be a pretty in demand book, and usually gets some pretty big numbers. So we'll see what that one ends up doing.
Yeah, 10 just got a bid. It's up to 50.44 without the buyer's premium. So that's going to be, what'd you say you had it estimated at?
I had 10 at 6,500.
So we still got a little room there.
Yeah, it's up at like 57. So 58.
So 11's a little.
But I have owned 14 before. 14's a pretty cool cover. It's a weird like Bucky tied up type cover, but I think I like the way Cap looks coming in on that one. That's always one of the it's like always one of the challenges with these Cap covers. Sometimes he looks cool coming in on the cover. Sometimes he looks kind of like a goon, like it's just like a weird, it's his face. Like there's something weird about his face a lot of times when it's
it's the golden age. We don't know how to draw comics yet.
One of my favorites is 11 though. Like 11, where I'm just like, why is he fighting like hill folk? It's just like one of my. It's like he's beating up Nazis or whatever else, and then you've got him over here like just like beating up people in the mountains.
Here's that 5, 8,500, not too bad.
And I don't think that one has the premium yet, so that would be like 97, 9800.
Do we know? Will it say like inclusive of premium when they add it in, or
it's tricky because it always says 15% buyer's premium will be added, and it takes them about 30 seconds to 40 seconds to add it. And so for that first few seconds, you might think that it's there and it's not. The problem is that after the fact, you might think that they still have to, that it's like, oh, this was on top of that. But if you look in GPA or whatever, you can see that that's how they've pulled it in. And so they do add it. It just takes a moment.
All right.
Because now they have it in there. So 9,775.
Pretty solid.
But that one. I mean, for me, that one went on the lower side. I had that one at 11, and so I felt like that one went a little bit low. So I'm trying to keep track, just so I don't have to like go back and do it all again.
Don't want to go through it all again tonight.
Yeah, because I mean it's like 54 books, and then I got to add that because I'm trying to keep track of all the sales data, so then we can can talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah. This cap 4 and 5, this 5 sold, and this 4 keeps slugging it out.
Where's the 4?
All right, let's head back over there.
Oh, the 4 is at 2,700.
This 4 right now is above the last sale was 32 something, and it was a blue label 2.5.
Wow.
So with the buyer's premium, this green label is already above that.
Yeah, I had that one going for 2,500. So that one's doing
real
well.
Yeah. It's definitely definitely very competitive. Curious about this one.
So they chose to go green label. It's missing the centerfold. So like some of the other 0.5s we saw sell earlier that were also missing the centerfold, they opted to go with the blue label, where these guys didn't. So what are you guys' thoughts on that? Taking the higher grade, but you get the green versus taking the 0.5 and sticking with the universal.
It's a tough call. I mean, the Cap 3 did really well, with the 0.5 blue label. I mean, unless it was much higher, I'd probably go with the blue 0.5. But I mean, the Cap 11 5.0, I mean, that one probably makes sense to get the green label. But yeah, it's just the non-blue labels, they turn people off quite a bit. So
yeah,
it can be tricky.
I mean, I think by the time you get a book in a slab, like, what's it really matter in the long run? Like how different does a 0.5 blue label missing the centerfold present differently compared to a 3.0 that's complete?
Yeah, I mean, and it
just
does
to pull numbers out of the air.
for the most part.
I think it's like what you're saying with like, this happens a lot with like Hulk 181s, where it'd be like, maybe your 181 is like an 8.0 or a 9.0 and stuff. And you kind of want people to know that it's like, hey, this is a 9.0. It's just missing that value stamp. So maybe it makes sense in that instance. But like, at this point, it's like, 0.5 blue would probably be just as good.
For sure.
And this Cap 8 finished. That one did pretty well too.
Yeah, I was just scrolling back up. 35 before the premium.
Yeah, because I had that one going for
there you go.
37.
Just updated. So yeah, 4,025.
Yeah, so I mean that's the thing. Like if you're looking at just like the average, I mean like the Cap 11 went a little below. I added it 15 and it went for about 13, and then the the Cap 5 went a little below, but like the Cap 3 went way above. The Cap 8 went above. And so that's what really matters. It's, it's that average over the course of multiple books. And I think that's one of the things I often see that people kind of make some mistakes when they're looking at these types of sales is they'll focus in on one or two books and be like, oh, that one went low, so things are bad. And it's like, you got to look at the big picture. And it's like, I mean, the golden age from my experience has continued to be pretty strong, but like, I feel like this week I was watching Silver Age on Heritage, and that was not not very good. There were a lot of disappointing sales I felt in Silver Age this week.
Yeah, I did not have a chance. Like, as everybody knows, we did like our comic show Saturday. So Sunday I was full on just like recovery mode. I didn't do jack. I didn't watch auctions. We watched Secret Invasion. That was about it. So.
How was that?
Maybe I should have watched the auctions instead. I can mark it off, it's done. So I can hang with that. So this 10 is wrapping up. Sold for 56 and a 6.5, and there went the 4.
There went the 4
over 3,000.
Now let's do a little breakdown of this 4 that I didn't buy that I was distracted by.
I was wondering, were you the top bidder? Or?
No. Transparency for the audience here. I was bidding on this thing, but this was way above what I mean, I love this book. There's a lot of reasons to love it. 3 is the book, I think. But this has all the reasons that you would like it as well, because it's a Simon and Kirby worked on it. It's a Schomburg cover as well. It's got Stanley also working in the book. So 3 has all the reasons that you would is really the book to get. But then this one is like not a close. It's a second place to me. But
consolation prize.
Yeah, consolation for sure. But man, this went way higher than I would have suspected.
Well, like you talk about, it's got a lot of those great elements. I mean, you've got kind of like you got the weird science equipment over here. You've got your monster. You've got bondage. You've got Nazis
and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot going for it too. So I can see the appeal of it, and obviously other people did, because I mean, this qualified thing, we haven't got the updated number, and I'm not going to math.
Yeah.
But
and also I like on
3,500.
3,500. And then on the back of it too, it's got the pinup, which is kind of fun if you like those types of things.
That's what's fun about a lot of the early ones is they have those like full length actual pinups. It's not an ad or anything like that.
Got to assume there's a bunch of 0.5s out there with no back cover.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like that Captain Marvel Adventures 18, that first Mary Marvel, where it's got the cards on the back. There's a lot of 0.5s.
Batman 1 is another big one.
Well, so this one in particular, because I was in the market for this one. It was the last sale in a 0.5 was missing the back cover, and that went for 2,000. That went for 2,000.
Wow.
So I figured like, it's missing the centerfold, but it's got all the elements, and it's got the back cover on it. A lot of times those back covers can look really gross too. So this particular back cover looks pretty good.
I mean, the colors are really bright in most of these Bobby Blue books that I've seen. So I don't know how they were stored, but they seem to have been fairly well taken care of. So let's just going back to the main screen here. Looks like we're about through all of these pages from Cap 12. So hopefully we can get some actual like whole comic books on the screen here for everybody to look at.
This Cap 9
is just hanging in there,
isn't
it?
Huge number. Huge. I like an incomplete missing the back cover sold for $800 this month.
One's okay, so it's another centerfold missing.
And this one is already at like $2,600. This is more than the 3.5 sold for $2,600 in
really
like a year and a half ago. Like still like because as long as it's within the comic boom period, I figure it's fair game. You know, like a year and a half ago, January 2022, like that's still fair game. And like this is a big. It's showing like that 0.5 doesn't matter versus the green label.
Yeah,
you know, like those 0.5s are doing really well.
Now here's something I just noticed. I never noticed this weird like skull here in the background. So, you know, and you got another one here. So there's wow. Yeah, there's a lot to like about that cover.
Not at $2,600.
Well, no, yeah, I know. I'm not saying this is my guy, but
so wait, sorry to backtrack a little bit. So did this Cap 5 also sell above what you thought, Ryan? This $8,500?
No, that went low. It's one of the few that went low, which is frustrating for me because that's the book I own.
Yeah, you own this book.
Yeah, so I wanted that one to go big, but like, yeah,
I was just gonna say, I mean, it felt like, you know, so far all these caps are coming in hot.
Yeah, there have been the two that went low were the 5 and the 11. Everything else went high. The 10 went like dead on. I had it at 6,500. It went for 6,490. So I can't figure out, like, I must not be watching. Is there something that's like cutting in front of a bunch of these books? Because I feel like
see anything.
I feel like this 13 should have sold already, and it's up at 5 minutes. I don't understand because it was like we got a big gap. Like I don't know what happened with that huge gap in sales.
I'll be honest. I'm open to feedback on how I'm running the scrolly screen here, but I'm kind of like you. I'm just trying to figure out what the heck's actually selling and where it's at. And
this is
the layout's a little weird.
Right. But not to harp, but yeah, this is that nitpick with the ComicConnect auctions. Just a little bit harder to follow from a viewership standpoint. I'm interested in this Cap 16. I feel like this is kind of a cool Red Skull cover. Surprisingly, you don't have too many Red Skull covers in the Cap run.
No, there really aren't all that many. I mean, me personally, this is not my favorite. I think Red Skull looks kind of goofy.
Well, they just got smacked in the jaw.
This is the critique, right? Where it's like, this is not a Schomburg one. You know,
Cap looks weird on that cover to me. I don't like how he's drawn.
Al Avison on the cover art.
I mean, it has all the elements though. That's where it has all the elements except like it's really great cover art. You know, it's like
not the Schomburg effect.
The woman in the red dress, the bondage type cover. You've got Red Skull. You've got a guy with some gigantic mace pole. You know, like you've got
Sandman appearing 20 years before he's even created up here in the corner.
Is that like a vat of acid she's being?
Dipped you've got your industrial chemical accident waiting to happen. So you're right. There's a lot of good, but a lot of meh too.
And I realized why that big gap was there. There's like a ton of Cap 12 pages, and that's what.
Yes, somebody had leafed out a 12. So,
and those don't seem to be going for very much.
Well, you know,
$7.
I saw that $9. Here's the thing: on splash page for $9. Look at this guy.
This one just sold for $5.
Oh wow!
I got to see because it's just text on one side. I wonder if there's like a story on the other. Oh, and it has a big splash page on the other.
Oh yeah. So maybe we're onto something here.
I don't know who that.
Oh,
I don't
Father
know who that
Time.
guy is,
yeah, I got nothing.
because yeah, it's definitely not a Captain America page,
No.
but still, it's like a full splash page for $5. Like
Yeah.
that has to. I feel like that's the steal.
Right.
That's $5. Like
Yeah.
they're going to get that for less than slab cost because the person had to pay. They couldn't even do like the modern tier. You know, they're
we're gonna have the biggest winners and biggest losers segment at some point, and the biggest winners are going to be the page collectors.
Yeah, this guy who bought this page for $5.
Well, maybe that's something that we can touch on because, you know, a lot of people aren't really familiar with Golden Age and stuff. And I wonder how many people don't realize that books like Batman or Detective, Captain America, obviously, as we're seeing here, you know, they may have had the feature story, they had the cover art, but a lot of times there were other stories in the back, like they were kind of anthology issues, especially when the comics were, you know, thicker. You had your 56 pagers or whatever, you know, where they had a lot more page count to fill. So
that's definitely true with Detective Comics. It's usually it's like one Batman story and not everything else is just like, you know, I mean, just I mean, actual Detective Comics. I mean, that's what they are. They're all like investigative type, you know, comics and stories and police stories and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That was actually something real interesting. I bought a Superworld Comics #1 recently, and it was in a magazine slab. So when I got it, I just opened it immediately. I was like, I don't want you in here. So I took it out, and so then I could see the interior. And there's only one sci-fi story in it, and it's the first story, and all the rest of it is like kids stories, detective type stories. I mean, stuff like that. And I was just that surprised me. I figured with the cover, it would have been almost all sci-fi, and it isn't. It's just that first story.
I recently picked up some late Golden Age, early Silver Age stuff, and one of the books in there was a Captain Marvel Adventures, but it actually surprised me because it has a pre-code horror story in it, and I didn't think that was something that ever really made its way over to Captain Marvel. So I've yet to sit down and read it or really, you know, dig too much into it. But as I was pricing it, that was one of the call outs about that particular issue.
That's always something that's kind of fun when you're like when I'm doing like page counts, is just flipping through. Like every once in a while, something will catch my eye, just like whether it's a splash page or whatever else it is. But yeah, seeing the interiors of some of those books, and sometimes you see like you can tell like certain ones the interior art is terrible. Like there are definitely ones I've gotten where I'm like, this is just.
You can tell some of those were like sweatshop artist rooms. You know, they were just turning out 300 pages a week or something.
The interior art is like it's truly just everything is just a comic book box. You know, it's like that 9 panels, just 3 in a row.
And I saw a question in here that said, if I want to bid, will I be charged sales tax and shipping on top of the 15% premium? Yes, it's just like, so I've talked about this with Heritage. I think people get too hung up on the idea of a buyer's premium. You know, like you have to look at it as you're not bidding the bid price. You are bidding the bid price plus the buyer's premium, because that's what gets that's what you're ultimately paying. And then just like any other place, you're going to have things like sales tax and shipping on top of it. So it's like if you bought on eBay, you technically have a buyer's premium. The buyer's premium you're paying is my like seller's fee, you know, and that's why people, when they sell off eBay, they often will go like, oh, I'll sell it for like 9% less or whatever, 10% less, because I don't have that fee. And so whether it's called a buyer's premium or a seller's fee or whatever it is, it's there. It's just with these auctions, it's way more in your face. And I think some people have trouble like getting that out of the way, but in reality, just don't look at the bid number. Look at the bid number plus the premium. Now, the tricky part with ComicConnect is that it's not every book that has the buyer's premium. So you have to really pay attention, because I've heard plenty of stories where people have not noticed that and paid what they thought they were going to pay and then go, oh crap, I owe 15% on top. And if it's like a $10,000 book, oof.
Yeah, it's definitely a learning experience for sure. When you don't know, you know,
you won't do it again.
You make one. So we're getting close here on this cap 13. We're down to 8 seconds.
Also, too, just really quick with the buyer's premium thing. A lot of people don't know this, because I've seen this in my comments a lot, that some people think that the buyer's premium is not included in say like the fair market value GPA after the fact and stuff, but it is actually.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
So to your point, Ryan, where you're saying you have to just think of it as the total number, like it is that, because people think like, oh, you got to pay that on top of the fair market value. It's like, no. It's always the fair market value baked in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah. What they're reporting is like this, like if you click on one of these and look at it 30 seconds afterwards, where it shows the actual new number, like for example, this 13, it sold for 6,500, but at some point it'll update.
Yeah.
It hasn't yet. And it'll update to like what it'll be like 70, 75, 50, something like that. And then that's what will actually appear in GPA, in Go Collect, in Cover Price, all those different sites.
Yeah. I tell you guys what, this 19's got a lot of elements that really kind of appeal to me. Like I'm realizing I'm a sucker for anything that has this like creepy moon in the background, and it's got some bats on it. And,
I've generally stayed away from the horror ones, but I mean it's real interesting with Cap. It has a mix, like a big mix going on in its run. It is definitely not all World War II, which Marvel Mystery isn't either, but it's mostly World War II.
I mean, it's another Al Avison cover, so again, he's kind of got that Liefeld thing going on there, where it looks a little wonky, but still, that's not bad.
At least he draws Captain America in a B cup.
Hey, by God, he's got feet. All right, so we're doing something. Still waiting on a couple of these to update with the premium. There we go.
And Maurice had a follow-up question in the chat here about that.
Okay, thanks for watching that. So. Sales tax is not included in GPA.
Sales tax definitely is not. No.
Yeah, shipping and handling and sales tax are not. Yeah,
correct. Yeah, because that's something where some people have it, some people don't. It's not something that's reported front facing on the site, so nobody knows what that number is.
So we're getting our final numbers in here. So just about 22 for the 19. 30, 50 for the 18.
Or the 16's doing really well. I had that 16 going for 7,200, and it's already it's over 8.
Oh yeah.
When I did a preview stream a few days back, and I was looking at that one, and that one was one that was sitting really low for a while, and then I don't know, got hot all of a sudden.
That's why I tell people, I'm like, it helps you if they're lower going into the auction, but it doesn't mean anything. Like every once in a while,
it definitely doesn't mean anything.
Prices just like jump up in the last second, and
So we just had 20, 21, and 22 close. Looks like 22 sold for noticeably more, but it's also a 5.5 compared to a 0.5 and a 4.5 on the others. 24 just sold.
So 22 I had going for 37, and it looks like it went. I'm assuming that this 35 is not with the premium yet. So.
No, 35 is the hammer price.
It's interesting because
we're over 4,044.55.
It's interesting with the caps, or just interesting with the caps where it's like there's a lot of like you were saying, like it's kind of like windows and eras where it's like first 10 to 20 is the Kirby time, and then 20s get all kind of. I mean, there's cool stuff in there that has value, but it gets all weird. And then 30s is when all these like Schomburg covers come in, and then
I love that shark cover. The shark cover is awesome. I would not mind owning that shark cover because it's got getting like dragged down by some weight. Like there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on 26.
So
but it's funny, like late 20s through like the 30s. It feels like that's where a lot of those like cover keys are, kind of thing. And then once you get to like the 40s, that's kind of now like the end of the war, and so like Captain America starts fighting a lot of like bank robbers and stuff.
And they get pretty blah at that point. And Marvel Mystery does the same thing, right? So the appeal there really drops off amongst myself and a lot of collectors in general, I believe. So I did a little refresh on some of the hotter cap covers we got coming up. The 37 is now sitting at 12,611, and big jump here on the 46. We're up to 27.1, Ryan. So we're
like I said, I think I had it at 36, and so it's it's already over 30. But like that shark cover, I mean, I had that one. That's 26. I had that one going for 7, and it's already above 7 without the premium.
Yeah, 72.77 here.
I mean,
I mean,
people
that
love.
thing's
I
just
mean, people love.
bonkers.
I mean, Mickey, you were pumping that one too.
Yeah, I did. I pumped and dumped this one, but but it really is like, I mean, the sharks obviously is just a meme, but
Yeah.
Mhm.
but it does still have, like you said, it's got all the things, right? Like it's
Yeah.
got like
Is this
Yeah,
a flying shark back here? What, like?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what's going on. It's like
Yeah,
it's almost like he's jumping out of the water or something, or
well, it's like,
Yeah.
look at the boats. The boat's like sunk. Like maybe he's underwater currently.
Like, there's like this boat here, but then there's that boat there, but there's still guy. Okay, maybe this. I think this boat. Okay, I got it figured out. This boat, the yellow boat, is sunk. So you've got the guys in the diving suits, which you can see all the way back in here, going in and getting their wet TNT, which is going to be real useful.
you know
in
what's
the
funny?
future.
Well, you know what's funny is, so Bucky has this 500-pound weight on him, but like underwater, like it wouldn't weigh. Like he could just.
Well, I still feel like you can't swim up with that on you.
You could literally just
like I feel like based on that chain. I mean,
just go like this.
Yeah,
he should be able. Yeah, he should be able to like lift it over his head. But,
at this
hey,
point,
guys,
it's basically just like a wrapper chain on him.
But don't worry, guys. The Human Torch is here to help us in our undersea adventure with Captain America and Bucky.
That's true.
So,
but see, like, that's a great Cap action cover, though. Like that's what you're looking for, like the pose on there. And
well,
absolutely.
Just talk about like we were critiquing the Red Skull on the number 16. So you can see like just Schomburg drew Cap with such better proportions, like his shoulders to his like muscles to everything. It just looks better.
I think we're about to close here. 1 second.
Yeah, I mean that's a big sale. I mean that's like 8,400 give or take. I mean. That is a definite record for that book, and it's had sales recently, not in grade, I don't think, but in grades around that, and so
we got 23 really about to close.
23 took a while. That one kept getting bid on, but I think that one went a little bit low. I had that one going for 31, and it looks like 2,700 something like that. I always like the ski cover. I don't think that's a Cap, or that's a Schomburg. Let's see.
It just blows my mind to
have. It's not. It's Sid Shores. Yeah.
A 6.5 and a 7.0. Just one right in front of the other. The 6.5 is going to close at 44.25. So
33 is a great cover. That's a good one. And both of those were the Bobby Blue ones or no?
I don't know. Let's pull it up. I bet one wasn't. So 7.0 was Bobby Blue. 6.5
was not. Yep.
So the 7's still going. It's going to break 5.
Do you think that we're getting? It feels like these books are doing pretty well. Do you think that there is any pseudo Bobby Blue pedigree bump that we're actually feeling here, or like what are the other like comparables of like when they're not pedigrees but they have the little thing on the label? Do those
I don't really think so, because I mean outside of say like Nicolas Cage and maybe the there might be a couple others, but I mean a lot of times when I see that on there I don't pay any attention to it. I mean, for me personally.
Right.
Like I recently got a book and it's from the collection of this guy's name. And honestly, I think the only reason it's there, it seemed like he was kind of a well-known collector. And he was also a long-time CGC employee. So
it's like Michael something, right?
Yes. Which come to find out, I want to do a video about it because he actually has ties back to like St. Louis and kind of one of their long-term collecting clubs and stuff like that. So I actually took this book with me to the last show I did in St. Louis. And I know one of the guys who is kind of like comic historian of St. Louis, and I showed it to him, like, tell me about this guy. So he actually knew him, and they were in that same saga collecting club and stuff like that, and to just be able to get some of the history about the book from somebody who actually knew the guy whose book it was pretty cool. But I don't know, I may get around to making a video about that at some point.
So 29 sold. That one.
Mm-hmm.
How did it do?
47,
went a little low. I had it for 6,200, and it looks like it went for, what's that, like 55, give or take. So a little low, but I mean.
And this was not a Bobby Blue, right?
It was.
It was.
Oh, it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But a big one already that is getting a lot of attention is this 28. I had that one at 9,000, and it is another one of those that is already over 9,000. It doesn't have the premium added yet.
And that 7025 is still hanging in there. It's caught another bid. It's well over 5 at this point. Yeah, that's a good cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, the smushing Bucky.
I mean, look at those corners, guys. I mean, good God.
Yeah, they're pretty absurd.
There's stuff that comes out of a diamond box every week that have worse corners than this book does. And it's,
it's true.
It's freaking 80 years old. I got to feel like this is one of the earliest instances where you've got an element of the cover art interacting with the trade dress.
Yeah. Drew, what's your sense with like Cap over the years, back in your 2005 days through now? Is it like, has it always been kind of like the not as desirable Batman and Superman kind of thing for you? Or like, what's your feeling of Caps in terms of their...
honest, I don't think for the most part, like modern collectors really gave Cap the time of day until Ed Brubaker took over the title. And when Brubaker got established and kind of word got out, I think that's when Cap really kind of started to turn around, because it was well written, it was well drawn, and it was an event every month. Like, it was one of the 3 books that was universally recommended at the LCS I worked at. It was just, you couldn't miss it. Like, you had to know what was going to happen. And I feel like after him and Kirby kind of went ways in the Silver Age, that fell off. Like there wasn't much excitement around Cap. He just kind of was there. And even when Kirby came back, after he came back from DC, it just couldn't catch the magic in the bottle again. He's always had fans, but he's kind of Superman-y, right? Yeah. Like he's just kind of that straight-laced, clean-cut guy. And when you were in the rough and tough 70s and in 80s, that didn't appeal as much as it did in the 40s and the 50s. And it would be interesting to talk to somebody who was maybe more of a collector back in the 80s during, like the Reagan era, where patriotism kind of had a bit of an upswing, and G.I. Joe was popular and all that, to see what the sentiment about Cap was.
And I'm just curious if the Golden Age Caps have like gotten more popular.
Oh, I think there's no doubt about that. I've got a great anecdote about that. I'm a collector, or not a collector, but a dealer down at this OFCon that I keep telling you guys about in Oklahoma. And I were talking about this a few years ago, and he told a story about how he bought a Captain America 1. It was like, this is sometime in the mid 90s. At the time, it was, I think, a mid-grade book. It was about $9,000, $9,500, something like that. He said he traded it to a guy for $9,000 in Carl Barks ducks. So he's like, I'm going to do a lot better with these ducks than I am this Cap 1, because nobody likes Captain America. Flash forward to now, that Cap 1's a 6-figure book, and he said, yeah, I still got the Barks Ducks books, and they're still worth $9,000.
Oh my God.
Best case. So yeah, I mean, it's just I don't.
In fairness to him, he had that one. What was the Cap 80s movie that was so bad?
Oh yeah, where he's
But I loved it as a kid.
running around on the motorcycle, and
Oh yeah,
yeah, that thing
That,
So
ruined
in
it for
fairness
like
to
a
him,
day or so, you know?
yeah.
Looney Tunes was definitely cooler than Cap at the time.
Oh man, but yeah, honestly, in Golden Age is one of those things I kind of came to later, like after I'd kind of saturated myself with Silver Age stuff. So I will defer to Ryan on a lot of knowledge about Golden Age, but I definitely think in the last 20 years really has been when this has started to take back off, and even the last 10 years, like run filler detectives and things like that is what I'd been chasing, and they've just gone nuts. Like,
I mean, I bought and it was Raw. I bought a Raw 2.0 Batman #9 3 years ago, maybe 3.5 years ago, for like $250.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
I think people just like this. Some of this stuff was just, it was too cheap. Like, I'll say, like, so, I mean, just for how rare it is, and for like people realizing then, like, oh, this is where this stuff started. I think a lot of it was just too cheap. And I feel like a lot of these caps fall into that. I mean, you have a few keys in there, that kind of thing, but way too much of it was just not going for what it reasonably should be.
Right.
What are your thoughts on this 32? I've always been drawn to this cover, just the trope of somebody being strapped to a bomb.
And that seems like that's something that you see quite a bit. There's like Wonder Woman covers like that. There's Superman covers like that. And that one went right around where I thought. I had it at 7,200 and went for 7,439. So
cool.
Yeah, I'm slowly like plugging numbers in to kind of see which ones were the like big standouts versus, maybe a little bit of disappointments and all that.
Looks like this 37 is going to sell. It was right at 17 before the premium.
Because the 36 already sold. That one actually went low, in my opinion. It went over 30. No, the 36, the
okay,
Holocaust cover. Yeah. Which one's that? Did that one finish?
This is 36. Yeah, it sold for 16.5.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant 46. Not 36.
Okay. I think 46 we're still going.
No, 46. I think 46 ended.
Really?
I thought so.
Yep, you're right. We're classic case of it.
Yeah, some of these books, even this like 31 still being bid on,
Yeah.
46 has passed, so some of these ones are slugging it out here.
Yeah, because
so like you're saying, I mean,
46 set a
this
record.
was low.
Yeah, like 46 set a record, but I feel like it went low. I had it at 36. It went for 31, 165. I mean, it's not a huge amount low. I mean, when you're talking about 5-figure books, like it's always like how many people are in the room that are willing to spend that kind of money.
Well, and you got to wonder how many guys are in the room that want to bring home more than one book, or they're trying to keep their powder dry for some books that are coming up later. Because
well, and not just this auction. I mean, there's that Heritage auction coming up. That
there's a big one.
Massive books in there, and
there's 3 Cap 1s, I think, in that auction.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just it's one of the books that I follow on Heritage. It's just like, hey, let me know whenever it's coming up, because it's my grail of grails. But like, it's there's some really cool stuff coming up too.
Yeah, and I mean, Comic Link has their big, like, I think it's one of their big, like, marquee auctions where it's this expensive stuff. And so there's like 3 of these, like, serious auctions back to back to back within a few weeks of each other. And I mean, that's a lot of money to be pulling out of people over a pretty short period of time.
Yeah.
And maybe ComicConnect is lucky that they're coming first.
Yeah. It does feel like, though, I always wonder what percentage of people are the dealers kind of swooping the stuff up versus like collectors who are going to be the holders stuff. I have to assume it's quite slanted towards dealers.
Yeah, I think right now there's how many collectors are really out there that are throwing around five figures. Just the way the world is right now. So, and some of the things we track where we see books bounce around from seller to seller and home to home over the course of 6 months on Instagram or wherever.
We were just talking about my poor.
I didn't want to share too much, so if you want to go into detail, go right ahead.
Yeah, my famous funnies 214 that just like I've seen like 5 people have it. So yeah, they just some of these, sometimes it takes a little while to like land at that that keeper.
Well, that's what I wondered too. We always joke about like the Superman ones and the Batman ones and how much those go up.
Mm-hmm.
And I gotta imagine there's a lot of sort of dealers kind of playing a little hot potato with those books until someone can actually sit and hold on it or sit on it.
Yeah, so no, I don't disagree.
We're officially in the jumble. I mean, we've got stuff everywhere. We've got caps mixed in with Captain Marvels, and the Captain Sciences are selling. And
did you talk about the 36 and 37? I mean, I guess you had 37 up there.
I had 37. It still hasn't updated. There we go. So,
what was Ryan's number on this one?
Sorry, there's one I'm interested in. I gotta go quick.
Okay. Well, we can talk about
somebody just bid on it. They bought me 3 minutes.
There you go. All right.
I'm good.
Yeah, we can figure out which one. No.
Yeah.
But Captain Science 1 is one I talked about earlier. This is a 7-issue run I've looked at starting to collect, basically because I stumbled into a 3 in a collection I bought, which a lot of these books in this short run, like I said, it's only 7 issues. You got Joe Orlando art, you got Wally Wood cover and art, and it's just, I mean, it's the quintessential like sci-fi adventure stuff. The Wood stuff is very Wood, but the 3 that I have, it's like a vampire flying a flying saucer with a damsel in distress strapped on the hood of the flying saucer, and our heroes leaping, or he's flying a plane or something, shooting at the guy. I mean, it's got everything.
Captain Science, it has some expensive covers because it's got some. It has some pretty in demand ones.
Yeah,
it's when I see this stuff and I just look at it and think back, like what makes it so cool to me is it's like, before a name like Captain Science was like, they like literally meant Captain Science. It's like, now it's like, Captain Science would be like what, Bill Nye would call himself, like as a meme, but it's like, This is like, that's where it came from, like these tropes came from this time where they took it seriously and they had these burly chested
Chamber of
men,
Chills is coming out.
Oh yeah.
It's inside of 3 minutes.
So we got 14.6 on the Captain America Weird Tales, or Cap 74. So that's not too shabby.
Let's take a look at that. Well, Chamber of Chills is sitting
I've got it up over here.
20 grand right now.
I had it going for 30, and it's already above that.
Yeah, so it's gonna do it.
The interesting thing, because this one hasn't sold for quite a few years. Guess what the record sale for a 7.5 Chamber of Chills number 19 is?
I mean, if it's a long time ago, it's got to be nothing, right? Like
$6,500. $124.
Oh my god!
I don't know who bought that, but I dislike that person.
What year was that?
I'm gonna check right now. I have my notes of what the prior record was, but I don't have the year. It had to have been like 2006 or something. 2005. November 2005. Wow, somebody picked that book up.
Drew, that could have been that could have been you, Drew. You're the one person I know collecting in 2005.
Oh, yeah.
It's so wild. Like those are the ones that when you see that those are the like the mind blowing sales where you can tell it's like nobody cared about that cover, even though it's a really cool pre-code horror cover. Like $124 for a 7.5. Like, yeah, I mean, for an equivalent, like think of like a big Silver Age key that would cost that. It would probably be like a 7.5 ASM 1. And there's no way a 7.5 ASM 1 in 2005 was going for $124.
No, nowhere near. I mean, the sad thing is probably the closest thing I have is Me and Mrs. Como started dating in like late 05, right? So we're at a drive through very, very early on in our relationship. So it probably would have been that same fall. And she's flipping through my check register and goes, "What the hell did you spend $177 on eBay?" So, it's almost a perfect comparison, right? I bought a 1.5 raw ASM2. So there you go, boys. That's context for you.
Yeah, no, it's weird because it's like it just must be the tough part of like trying to remember 30 years ago or whatever, is that I feel like when I was walking into like the LCS when I was a kid, that things felt like they were thousands of dollars. And maybe it's just because it was so much more money anyway than I had that it could have been any number and it didn't matter. It's like I swore they had an AF-15 once in there, and I remember it was like some low grade, and it was I thought it was like 15,000 or something, but it must have been like $1,000. Yeah, like based on what I see these books go for.
Sold. Chamber of Chills went for 27.
27 with the 15, so yeah, it's above 30, right?
Yeah,
30,000,
like 31 and change.
Now this
Chilling
one
Tales is still catching some bids, so it's going to be north of 10.
That's becoming a pretty solid sale for that one.
Now, Ryan, what would you be willing to share your thoughts about the Chamber 19 with everybody? Just like your feeling of like,
well, so
there's a lot out there, right?
It was one of those books that I really, really wanted, and it's not like I would throw it away if I got it or something, but
not gonna kick it out of bed for eating crackers.
Yeah, yeah, but like it was when I saw, and if you don't follow her on Instagram, you should. But it's Anna Love on Instagram. She has an insane collection, and she has 18, at least in one picture. Maybe she has more now. She has 18 copies of that book.
Oh my god,
and that terrifies me because a lot of them are raw. Like they aren't even on census yet.
Yeah,
I think like 4 of them are graded, and so like when you see stuff like that, it makes you worry that. And granted, I don't think she's like planning on like flooding the market, but that's the type of thing that you could just see prices like ratchet down. Like if you bought that book and all of a sudden those came on the market for whatever reason, that could really damage things for probably a few years. So yeah, that type of stuff, when I see like piles, like people stacking some of these books, those make me nervous. Because like we talked about this, like where somebody having a stack of Hulk 181, that doesn't bother me at all, because there's tens of thousands of them graded.
Yeah, you kind of know what the census is already.
And so it's like those sell every single day, but a Chamber of Chills 19 does not sell every day. And I've seen that happen before. There was this I can never remember the name of the book, but there was this kind of obscure indie title book that that I remember the first time it popped up on Heritage. It was the first time a 9.8 had sold in like 10 years. And it sold for like $2,500. But apparently what had happened is, and you don't realize this, is that week after week after week, 9.8, 9.8, 9.8, 9.8 on Heritage. Somebody had like a short box of them. And then by the end, price of the book is about $400 for 9.8. And so you just got hammered if you bought that thing at that peak. Now, I think that's an extreme example, but that's what happens when too many hit the market and flood.
But to your point, it's like the Chamber Chill census is like 120 or something like that. And like you said, Anna Collects has 20 copies. So just quick napkin math. It's like she has 10% of the census just in her personal collection. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's
and I know somebody who has just as many.
Right.
So
it is a little bit of a concern in theory.
Yeah. Yep.
So Chilling Tales caught another bid. It's over 9.
Oh, it's still going.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we got an
I know somebody that'll be happy about that one.
His name's not Ryan, is it?
It's not me. I don't own that book.
That's good.
Well, I used to own a 3.5 or 3.0, something like that.
I'll be honest. This is a cover that was not on my radar. So that's kind of a new one to me. I like it.
Well, the highest that had sold before this was a 7.0. So this is
really?
Publicly at least. So it's not top of census. I think there's like an 8 and an 8.5, but it's up there. And the thing with this one is that I would say it was a pretty obscure book until maybe 2 years ago. There was a huge Heritage sale. And that it's one of those things where that happens in the golden age, where if you have one big sale, it can like rocket a book into the
It's a lot of
spotlight,
people's
and
radars.
Then people start selling them, and then you get sales that confirm it, and then it kind of starts holding its value. And this one, I was a little worried about. I wasn't sure what it was going to do, because we had that one sale, and then a lot of lower grade copies came out, like in the 2.5 to 3.5 range, and it seemed like they started high and they started coming down. But this one, being a 7.5, being a more unique book, seems to have kind of reignited that sale. Like, this is a solid sale. I had this one at 10,000. And
who did the cover for that?
Matt Fox.
Matt Fox.
I think he did most of these, if not all of them,
out of Youthful Magazines. So that's one thing I was looking at, was who the publisher was. Because I feel like, if I remember right, the publisher, they were pretty consistent in their trade dress. Like, they used the same kind of fonts and stuff, didn't they?
Yeah. And like, this one isn't my favorite cover of them. There's some other ones. Like, there's one where they're like throwing this woman down some like pit or something. Like, that's probably like, that was the one that the first time I saw that one that caught my attention of this run.
All right, I just noticed the trees look like hands reaching up out of the dirt, so that's some pretty freaky crap.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, it's
I always love
kitschy,
that
kitschy horror, which I always like. You know, that's Feldstein has kitschy horror.
So,
oh my god, this Crime Suspense Stories is coming up.
Oh my god,
yeah.
Holy cow!
I got it.
This can't get another bid, right? Like, this has got to be what it's going to go for.
When it was down at 14. I was like, there's no way this thing's getting another bid. I'm like, what is this? This is a wild number. Like,
this is another one where you know, maybe we're not going to know the answer for another like 5 years or something. But like, I think I've heard you guys talk about, it's just like in the last 2 years, like how much this one has jumped because of. It's funny, like you're saying. Everything gets repriced when there's a big sale, and like, so Golden Age has its own style of FOMO within its Golden Age market, and you just got to wonder: is it just going to go up forever, or is there just going to be a point where it's like, okay,
well, I'll say, with at least with that book, with Crime Suspense Stories 22, it is one of the books from the Golden Age that you can look back and it goes up. It consistently goes up. Now, it has gapped up over the last couple of years, where you got that kind of like that big jump. But this is one of those books that, I mean, there's a lot of things where you saw it was just kind of flat, and then we had this like Golden Age spike over the last few years. This book has always trended up, and it's trending up way faster now. I mean, I had this one at 14.5, and I thought maybe I was being a little too
aggressive with it.
Too aggressive. I was like that. I was like, oh, I don't know if it'll actually hit that. Even though I've seen private sales hit those kinds of numbers, but I'd never seen it confirmed in a public sale. And so this one, not this kind of number, hitting numbers like 14, but like this is another level. I mean, this is over 19,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trend up is always good, but like, you know, white hot trend up. Oh, it got
another bid. Oh
my goodness.
Hell.
White hot trend up is definitely a little concerning.
We got 3 more bids.
Here we go.
Like
this is we caught another bid over here as well on the 20, which is kind of coming out as the consolation prize for Crime Suspense if you can't get 22. But what did that one end at, or is it still going? Oh, it's still going. It caught another bid as well.
Man, for a 3, with 20, is a huge sale.
I want to come up with like a term or something. Maybe a leapfrog is what I usually say for now. I feel like with 20, it's just a book that like it's like a ladder book, you know. I feel like
you get the 20 so you can flip it into the 22.
Into your 22, you know.
So just some quick iPhone math here. If it closes at 18.5, that's 21,275 on this Crime Suspense 22. So that's a beast right there.
I was just messaging my buddy about this Chilling Tales 15. He's got to be happy about it. It's still getting bids.
Yeah, I just pulled it back up. So it's going to be, what is that, probably over 11?
I mean, yeah, so, at this price, I mean, it's just over 11.
Yeah,
I think.
just shy of 11,100.
Is there something? Oh, sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to go back to the crime because I just pulled it up. Is there something maybe in the graders notes? I mean, because a 6.0 went 90 days ago for 10.8. Right?
It can't be, though, because we know they got all these books pressed and cleaned.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
And
So it's like,
so there likely is not much going on with this one. And like you look at the back of this book,
It's
I
not
feel like
a pretty
it was
copy.
generous. You know,
Yeah.
like I had similar tanning on mine and I got hammered. And I got a 5.
Yeah,
and so, like, I mean, it's not beating a 6.5.
yeah.
Like it is a 6.5.
It's on the higher end of the census, that's for sure. But you know, there's still 30 copies or so that are higher grade. It's just it's impressive.
Well, you were asking about how high this thing went up. Like in 2019, I passed a 3.0 purple label for $1,000, and I've hated myself ever since. And I didn't want a purple label at the time, and now it's like I should have taken that and ran. Because at this point, I'm starting to wonder if I'll ever have one. It's like this thing blows Crime Patrol 15 out of the water at this point.
Yeah, no, I mean this is a sale that is going to, I mean it cements it as a competitor with the other really expensive pre-code books. I mean, because like Chamber of Chills 19 would be selling for crushing this one prior to this sale. And
oh my god, it just went again.
Oh my god.
20 is 1 second. Okay, 20 is off the board, so that's still pretty good sale for that. I mean, for a 3.0, right?
That seems very strong to me. So I'll take a look.
So that's almost $1,600. It's $1,591.60.
Was that at 15% though? I didn't think that one was a.
Oh, good call. Yeah, it doesn't say that. So
yeah, so that is
hammer.
what it is.
Yeah, that'll just be hammer. So even so.
Well, I mean, actually, the last sale was $1,560.
Okay,
but that was I think the record. Yeah, and it was a pretty big jump. So I would say
respectable sale.
It was a very respectable. Like if I had priced that, I probably would have priced it at $1,400, and it sold right in line.
Yeah. So here's one that you.
Oh my god, it's at 21.
Are you kidding me? Oh Jesus!
It's like there's just got to be two people that are like, no, I'm buying this book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I am not going on without this.
That's always sort of the I mean, it's probably a pretty lowish risk, but that's always the problem, right? Where it's like you have the two people who really want it, they slug it out. And then if you're really unlucky, say in the next whatever Heritage Platinum auction, it's like another one comes up. It's like all of a sudden it's like,
oh, it'll happen. Like I can almost guarantee
taken off the market in that slugfest. You know?
I mean, has anybody checked eBay? Are there any good deals on 6.5 selling for under $24,000 right now?
After this, like, geez, like,
yeah, because
there's a point when you just go, I mean, who cares? Like, you're gonna pay me that much for that book? Like, let it go.
Yeah, that's nuts. 24,150 as it says.
Yeah, that is wild.
So we had a good sale here on this Cryptoterra. You guys know this is one of my favorite books, another Johnny Craig cover from the early days of the new trend.
I feel like you probably don't see a 7.0 very often in that.
No, and the colors on this thing are just fantastic. That green fades out a lot, and it just kind of all blurs together. It's a really nice presenting copy. So
and I had that one going for 6.
That one.
Yeah, I had that one going for 6, and it looks like what? So it went for $57.50. So
so right in line.
Yeah, I like the ECs that are in that 1950 window.
Yeah,
cool,
so good.
But
Chilling Tales still going. It's 10.5.
I got to make sure we don't end up missing like some of these big ones because these other ones are
hanging out. So we've already got some Daredevils that have sold.
There's this one Daredevil 1 and a 1.5 signed by Stan that I just happened to notice. Oh, it's incomplete. But
is it?
That's definitely a book that
how's it incomplete with a 1.5?
I don't know. It's definitely a book that that would be a concerning one to still be buying right now.
Okay, it finished. All right, the 24,000.
$150. Yeah. Whew.
Yeah, that is a big one. I will be reconsidering owning that book following this sale.
Oh man.
Yeah. Jeez.
Bobby Blue be bringing it, boys.
Yeah. No,
That's pretty
that is a
impressive.
serious sale. And then the Chilling
Chilling
Tales went
Tales
for
sold.
over 12.
Yep.
That was a big sale.
Pre-code horrors having a good night.
There's a Crime Suspense Stories 21.
Yeah. Well, we're getting starting to ramp up to that time of year, right, where everyone starts to want to flex their pre-code horror books. So you got to get your books
Absolutely.
now. You're ready for Instagram on it in October.
Yeah, October 1, 30 days of PCH or 31 days of PCH. So let's talk about this guy, because some of these George Evans covers are starting to get some love. Like, I know there wasn't a 23 where he's choking the girl out with the oar out in the middle of the lake, but
that one has gotten, I think it's that one that has gotten really pricey,
yes,
because there's two that are like that, and I can never remember which one is which.
It's 23, and then this 24 is getting a little bit of attention too, but they're not over the top like Crime Suspense 22 was. But the thing with Evans, like he makes your mind do the work for you. So
yeah,
just wanted to point these out as something that's
it's got it's in the ballpark of the 22. So I can see, if there's such a thing as PCH speculation, right? Like you could see like that's one that like all of a sudden can catch some wins, behind it.
This hot new 70-year-old book.
Yeah. The market has been wrong for 70 years, but I'm gonna get in front of it now.
We're bringing sexy back. We don't know where it's been, but we're bringing it back.
It is interesting though how that happens with, and I feel like a lot of this in this case it's next best thing type books where I mean if a 6.5 Chamber Chills or not Chamber Chills Crime Suspense Stories 22 is going to cost you $24,000 now, what can I actually afford? You know, and you start going down the line, and that's where like 20 has been getting more expensive, 17 has been getting more expensive, 16 has been getting more expensive.
Suicide one.
Yeah, I think that's 17.
17. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, and so it's like those books like that are like those. It's like they're the next best thing, and you can still actually afford them for a decent looking copy, and so that's what people will move on to because I mean that price, I guarantee you're going to see repricing on lower grades after that, because that sale. I mean, this is ComicConnect goes into GPA, it goes into Go Collect. It's going to be out there.
Yeah, that thing's going to have coattails. There's no doubt about it. You can't come in and flex like that and not impact the lower grades like that. So what do you guys think about this one? We got a Mark Jewelers 9.8 Daredevil 131.
Oh, I didn't notice it was a Mark Jewelers. I was watching that one and I didn't catch it was a Mark Jewelers.
I didn't see that either.
And it's a CVA, so it's like the greatest of the greatest. Like,
well, if it's a Mark Jewelers, then that price is low.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking at face value.
It was a $4,000 or $5,000 9.8, right? Like in the heights of 2021 and all that stuff.
And I think it's just another one of those books that's kind of caught in the net of bronze's trash right now.
Yeah. Tell us how you really feel, Drew, about bronze.
I'm a little bitter about my Bronze Age speculation at the moment. I'm sorry.
I don't really personally care about the Mark Jewelers and the newsstands and all that stuff. But if you're somebody who it's like Bullseye is your guy and you want the flex copy, like this is the one to get. Like,
well, I mean, what the hell else could you possibly get? It's
is there a 9.9? I don't know. Oh no, there are no 9.9. So that is the best.
Just another bid. So you got the CVA rated Mark Jewelers 9.8. Just there's, I mean, the only way it could be better is if it was a signature series of some sort.
And that's a toss up. Like some people wouldn't want that. And
I wouldn't want that personally, but I'm just, trying to think of what could possibly.
You could get into like double cover territory and things like that if those things exist. Yeah,
because I mean that's a nice wrap too, because this is that time period where that stupid Marvel Comics group thing on the top it just ruins books when it gets real wonky, and so like that's almost perfect.
Well, to get into like baseball card grading here, it's well centered left to right, it's well centered top to bottom. It's
which by the way, sorry to interrupt, is I mean maybe it's tomorrow or something when that Hero for Hire goes up. I cannot wait.
It is tomorrow. I will definitely have
Yeah.
that one.
Because that one is
we talked about
miswrapped. That one is definitely miswrapped. So it's got a lot of headwinds going against it.
I mean, I can't remember if it was a ComicConnect or a Comic Link auction. This was maybe 2021. There was I think it was an ASM 361, and it was a miswrapped, like in a bad miswrap 9.9. And that's the one where I go, wrap doesn't matter. Like in terms of grading, like, cause you'll have people tell you like, oh, wrap, that's how you, and it's like, no, it wasn't like off a little bit. It was off a lot. And I remember seeing that. And that was the first one where I go, okay, you can get a 9.9 with a miswrap. Like that is not considered at all a flaw. I wonder if they would not give it a 10. I don't know. But yeah, that one really caught my attention when I saw that. And that's one of those things I look for when I'm looking at all these books. That's the type of thing I'm looking at flaws on the books. That's how I learned to grade and all that. It's looking at tons and tons and tons of these books and seeing how CGC treats it.
With Ozzy's little message right here. Shout out to Jamie. I think he's referring to Jamie from Flip Mode, who Flip Mode is the guys that found this collection. And when I did my conversation with them, they said like, just for their business, it makes sense that they have to buy their own books back, right, from collections they find, especially if it's an auction one like this. But you can tell it's like, they're doing pretty well. They're like, I'm totally going to buy that $30,000 Chamber 19, of my own collection. They're not sweating at all right now.
They got a nice check coming their way soon. So shout out to the chat. Sorry guys, we've kind of been chasing some of these auctions. Just with so much of the caps and the Bobby Blue stuff being front loaded. Sorry if we've been missing your comments or what have you, but thanks everybody for hanging out and throwing some chats up in there and talking amongst yourselves while we do the same.
Yeah, because we definitely get a break for a little bit.
Yeah.
We're in the Marvel section here. And this is kind of what I was wondering. Do some of the books get like inflated as like, hey, I just bought a couple caps, might as well pick up a bullseye, like,
I mean, it caught another bid.
Save money on that combined shipping,
I mean, I use that logic. I definitely do that. I'm like, I can't just buy one book. I'm gonna be paying too much for shipping. I gotta add some more in there.
Oh, guys, like I won that vault. We were talking about from Heritage weekend before last or whatever, and I didn't follow that, and then I got my invoice. I'm like, God, I should have bought some more because taxes.
Slab is probably like $25 for the shipping.
It wasn't cheap. So this
I
thing,
always end up shying away from just buying like those raw books that feel like, oh, it's a good deal, if it's just one book, because for all those reasons, I'm like, I should just buy like a bunch more.
So we caught a bid on both of these. The 131 is now, if my phone fell asleep. Let's see here. It's $6,357 at its current bid, and then let's see the 26. We're just under 3K on this CVA, and I don't know why I just noticed this. It says newsstand edition for a 1981 book. I would not give two craps about that.
Well, but they always do it now. That's one of those new changes.
But I'll tell you what, though, that Electra book is no Dazzler book.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, sell all your Daredevil 168s for those X-Men 130s.
I did a poll because it's just always fun to. I was thinking, that could be like a fun thing to do as like whatever the silly book is of the week.
Oh wow!
Compare it to what could you get with your money?
Book.
But I like that both those books are kind of black covers in that same time period.
We just had a new high bid, and then instantly somebody else jumped back on top of this 131.
Nobody wants to wait for that 3 minutes to.
No,
that's calling your bluff. It's like just letting the other person know, like, I'm here to play.
Yeah, I'm still here. You're not going to run me out.
Yeah,
it's one of those things. Like I switch back and forth on Heritage on how I do it. Sometimes I like to wait till the last second because I know it drives me nuts when that happens. But other times I'm just like, nope. I just want to bid. Just get this over with.
Yep. I feel like, especially if I'm playing with the cut, like that'll kind of change my calculus a little bit too. Like sometimes if I come back, if somebody outbids me, I'll just instantly come back at the cut to see if I can't. I don't know.
The tricky part
smack them down a little bit
with the waiting for the countdown is that is how anytime that this has happened to me, it's when I do this, and it's when you bid and somebody else bids a fraction of a second before you, and then you get like you bid and then you're just like, oh crap, so I didn't want to bid at that price, and you're just hoping someone else saves you. And most of the time it's happened, I have had to buy maybe one or two that I didn't want to, because I did that. And so that's the risk of waiting for that countdown, is you may get stuck.
I've noticed that the anytime I've played with the cut, I always feel like if I'm quick to the cut, I always end up losing. Like you got to be like the second or third cut.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that cut. You gotta, But now I saw you just scroll past that one. That was a unique one that I had thrown into my list. The Detective Comics 18. You don't see the pre-Batman text all that often.
You really don't. And just shout out anything you guys see that you think we want to keep an eye on.
I want to see what that 40 goes for.
I already pulled that. You guys know my sob story there. Of course, we're gonna watch this 73.
The pre-Batman books are really cool, just in it as on paper as an idea, but it's just too bad the covers aren't amazing.
No, they really aren't.
But they're cool, like just when you think about what they are,
because I think most of them it's 38 and earlier. They're really early books.
It's like at that point, like they hardly know what original comic book art is, because up until
it's like experimentation.
A few years before that, all comic books were collections of newspaper comics that were stapled together, right? So like it's still a very new concept on what sells, what lures people in, what can you get away with,
Right.
I think that Mark Jewelers is at a record now, unless there's been another sale. Yeah, because the prior record was 7,000, and it's already above that.
We're gonna be well beyond that.
So, there was a weird recent sale in a non-Mark Jewelers. Somebody, I feel like, I don't know why they paid with. There was a $7,500 sale recently when the consistent sales had been around $5,000. So I don't know if that's it's a weird. It was July 19th. I don't understand that one totally, unless it was maybe a Mark Jewelers that didn't get pulled in right. That's the only thing I can think of. But
this might be a situation. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to call up Flexopotamus, giving us a heads up that it just keeps going.
Yeah. This might be one of those situations, kind of like, everyone didn't realize that it was the Mark Jewelers. And then now it's like sitting in this auction. Everyone's like, oh, wait a second.
I'm going to give us 12% of the credit for that.
Yeah.
We called it out.
How many people in the chat right now are actually participating in this auction? I'm curious if we're having any effect on actual bidders. I'd be curious to know.
Yeah, we're saying flip mode. They should just send us a percentage. We'll take a small percentage. Like half a percent.
As long as we get some play out of it, we're fine.
Yeah.
Just throw me a bone.
But there's a question down there. How many issues of Detective Comics did Batman appear in before Batman 1? I think it's 13, because I think you have. I think Batman 1 is the third appearance of Robin, but I'm not 100% certain on that.
Correct, because they pulled the Joker story out of Detective 40 for Batman 1. So 38, 39, Robin 3rd, Batman 1. So
So because I knew 38 and 39 were first and second. I just wasn't sure if 40 was the third or not. So
yep.
But I think Detective Comics was monthly, but Batman at least for a little while was quarterly. So
Superman was the same way.
Yeah.
Correct. So we're sitting at 2,800 on the 168, which I don't know. I haven't looked at the numbers, but I got to think that's respectable.
Yeah, I'll take a look right now, see where that's, because it's 28 plus.
I remember it was $5,000 during 2021 and all that. I just remember
that high.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Last sale was 25.50. Before that, 26, 26.74, 22.20. This is
a big jump back up.
The biggest sale this year was in January for 32.50. And is this above that now?
A smidge. We're at 32.20 where it sits right now.
So this is a big sale. Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah,
we got some Jennifer Garner fans. You know, she's going to be coming back in Deadpool.
It's probably going to be 5 seconds or something on
Oh,
screen.
it totally is going to be 5
Yeah,
seconds.
yeah.
Yeah.
On screen.
Derek says he's not bidding; he's just living vicariously through us.
What did that Cerebus one end up going for? I know you said you were watching that one, Drew.
Yeah, congrats to
That-
Flaxopotamus.
That is a great question. Let me toggle over here.
I feel like the 73 still looks a little low to me. I had it at 10,800. Looks like it's still under 10.
Yeah,
I feel
just
like that one
barely.
will get some bids.
Which one's the 73?
That's the
Scarecrow.
Scarecrow cover.
Oh, right.
So there was no buyer's premium on the Cerebus one, and it hammered at 38.50.
The Scarecrow one, I remember when I was doing my preview thing, it literally, there's been a 5 and a 6 sale, you know, recently. So it feels
Yeah.
like, well, you know, here's your price comps, right? Like you could just,
Yeah, it was like 10 and 12 or something
Yeah.
like that. They were right around there.
so it just
So
feels
guys,
like, you know, slide right in.
I don't want to beat the drum here, but we've caught another bid on both the 168 and the 131.
Wow.
So the 168 is going to be a record for the year.
Is this 131? I mean, is there other, there's no 99s, right? So like as far as people know, I mean, this is the bullseye book to get, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, like, this is beating the prior record from Comic Boom time period. So, like,
Right.
to me, that those types of sales mean a lot when you actually have a sale that from especially the Bronze and Silver Age that are holding up or exceeding a sale from back then. Now, this is a pretty unique book, so
Yeah.
you know, it's not exactly like apples to apples, but still, like, it's a new record with a book that sold in that time period. So
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a good talking point as to, you know, whether you like it or not. There's clearly, you have to factor in these little things like newsstands and white pages and Mark Jewelers and whatever, you know, like these things matter to value.
Mhm.
They just do.
I mean, and let's be honest, there are niche collectors out there who, you know, I want a 9/8 set of Mark Jewelers Daredevil or all Mark Jewelers. You know, it's just
Right.
like there are people out there who get that granular with what they want to collect. And I mean, how often you have an opportunity to buy something like this? It's just, you got to go all in when it actually pops up.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, that's how it is with the Golden Age stuff. I mean, sometimes it can be very difficult to hold off on something because you're like, well, how long do I have to wait? Is it going to be 6 months, a year, 2 years? I mean, like that Super World 2 that I bought. I mean, it was 6 years since the last one sold publicly. I mean, stuff like that where like that is longer than I have. That's why I had never seen one sell before, because it was before I got back into comics.
Oh, really?
I mean, like that's like, you think about that, it's like all the stuff I bought and sold since then, and no copies had come up in that time.
And you know, even if it's a less common one, it's like how many fit your grade window that you personally are looking at, where it's like maybe you have 3 or 4 or 5 copies of a whatever book sell a year, but it's like, is it at the grade that you were hoping to get to? So it like really narrows it down, that window.
Yeah, I mean, like Chamber of Chills 19, you know, like, I mean, it's like, how many people have 30 grand to spend on that 7.5? That immediately eliminates most of the market.
Yeah.
So we did have a sale. The 168 went for 3,000, which I had the number pulled up. That's 34.50.
Is that a 15% one or no?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yep. So pretty solid sale there. High for the year, I think we determined, and we had another bid on the 131, so it's still going. So it's 93.16 at the moment. So that thing may mess around and break 10,000.
Yeah. What's this? What is the 15 on that? Yeah, almost 10.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 93.16.
Well, so getting close to some of these Detective Comics ones.
Yeah, that's what I was just starting to want to.
What's your guys' feeling on Detective 40 here? This is one I always kind of feel like is, I always see it around.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, to me,
it's a leapfrog book, as I like to.
It's a big key, but it's not my favorite cover.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, that's the tough part with it. I mean, I know it's like the first Joker cover, but it's not a great Joker cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
And-
problem. It's like the
It's like with
Batman
an
11.
asterisk.
The Batman 11 is the kind of the Joker cover that I think is the first cool Joker cover, or like
You don't
one of
like
the first cool
62 with the balloons?
Well, that one is probably the first cool.
That's why I bought it.
66. The Detective 69 is my favorite Joker cover from the Silver.
Well,
Age,
yeah,
or
I mean,
Golden
the
Age. I
dude's-
think that's like
yeah.
top. And then what would I put as number 2?
I have a 71. I think it's an okay cover.
I think 71 is probably my number 2 for
Mhm.
Joker covers.
Because
That's
they
the,
kind of
that's the calendar,
swirly.
right?
Yeah, the calendar. Crime a day. Yeah.
That one's actually coming up as well.
Yeah. And you know that really, I don't know why it's a green label, but 1100, that's a pretty decent price. Where it's sitting. And you guys know my take on 40. It's one of my great regrets. You know, walking away from it over $100. I'm an idiot. Just like to reiterate that again. But
Okay, so it's a green label, centerfold, married, and detached.
married and detached. Okay.
So it's basically they got a centerfold and they set it in there.
Slid it in there.
Just like, here you go.
Rookies.
You're complete now.
Yeah. You know, at that point, it's like, why not just have the centerfold missing? You know, it just, you know, why even bother?
Hey, I feel attacked, guys.
Well, or have somebody do the like. I mean, that's a
Leaf
question.
casted.
Yeah, is conserved better than green? And I don't know.
I don't know.
That's a tough call because
Yeah.
now if you just have them leaf cast the centerfold and then take out the staple and re-add, then you can undo it anytime you want.
And at that point, if you're literally just leaf casting closed staple holes, like how good are they? You know, I mean, you're talking about a very minimal amount of paper pulp being added to a single wrap.
Right.
The thing that you mean, do you wonder if they'll catch it?
Yeah, it's like, you know, how super detailed are they with checking? You know,
I mean, it's something that might slip by. I would hope, I'd hope that someone would have the integrity to let them know that the leaf casting was done. On
you know, in Neo Cards and Comics, Rob, he always says, like in the baseball card world, where he's always just like, do you really want to know? Would you really want to know how much gets, like, you know,
with cards? I've heard like trimming is like awful.
Yeah.
So
let's just all pretend like all blue labels are blue.
There you go. The 18 just sold. Went for $54.22 plus the buyer's premium, where that comes out to. So that's going to be about a $6K book. I feel like, I mean, that's a pretty decent cover for a pre-bat tech.
Yeah,
I feel like that's a decent.
Well, is it a 3.0? I'll just take a look at what. I mean, it's not. I doubt there's hardly any sales for that book.
Yeah, crazy alchemy stuff going on here.
I mean, just look at it. Look at all that grime. Like, that book could be improved. At least visually. I don't know. It looks like it's maybe got a little split up here. I don't know.
I mean, there's definitely
the only recent sale was a 6.5 that sold for $15,600. I mean, that sale for 3.0 feels a little low. Like it could have done better, but
well, that's kind of one of the issues, I think, when you have some of these books that are like, you know, I've been waiting to buy a post-code monster comic so I can make a video talking about post-code monsters and how it's just money that just sits. It's just sort of dead money in a way, you know. And it's like, as cool as that book is, Detective 18, it's like there's just, I mean, how many people want it? It's just going to go on sale when it just has to at auction, you know. And it's just a random book, but it's cool though.
I mean, I've had a pre-Batman tech, you know, and they take a while. I mean, it's a very specific collector that's going to be looking for that. They're going to sit for a while if your goal is to sell it.
Yeah, so it's hard. It's not necessarily a bad investment, but it's going to be money you sit on for quite a while.
Yeah, definitely.
So this 40, it's already at a new record. This one does not have a 15% premium, but its prior record was from September of last year at 16,800. I'm curious if it's the same book.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised. It can't be too many.
And this is the third Joker appearance, right? In his first cover. Is that how it
He's
works?
not in the book. It's
Oh, yeah,
actually
that's right.
the first
That's right.
Clayface.
That's right.
So the Batman story is the first Clayface. Hey, we just got another bid, so we're up to 18.3.
I'm checking if this is the same one. It is. It's the exact same book that sold on
Cool.
Heritage last September.
So it looks like we got another bid on the 73 as well. It's up to 8,600. Daredevil 131 still holding strong. And we just closed at 1250 plus buyer's premium for the 71. So that's a decent sale for a married copy, I'd think.
I mean, the 73 is still like a little tempting at its current price, just to
Mhm.
be, because it's the type of book where I feel like your likelihood of finding one at like a great deal is very low.
Yeah.
And so if you can get one at maybe market or a little below, you're
Mhm.
probably doing pretty well.
Right.
And so I feel like this one under 11 is probably pretty good.
Yeah.
buy.
And it's a cool. I like this cover. I think it's
Oh,
good.
I love it.
Yeah.
I wish over and over again that the cover to World's Finest 3 was this instead of, our heroes playing baseball. Because it's going to just kill me to pay, exponentially more for Scarecrow's second appearance is what I paid for his first appearance. That just hurts my brain. So, wow, we had a big jump on the 40. It's almost at 20,000 now.
Jeez.
19,670
that person
or
is
698.
well. I guess I could say they're probably about even, maybe a little better than even now. Because I mean, you've got, I don't know what the seller's fee is here, because if it's 10% or 15% or whatever it is.
And another bid on the Daredevil 131.
Wow. So this is gonna
that's over
at
10
now. Yeah.
Yep. It is 10,267 to be exact. So
hunt for those Mark Jewelers.
no doubt. So somebody's going to have to make a decision on this 73. Oh, there it is. Now up to 92 now. So it's over 10,000. And I feel like this book at 2K a point is just like minimum entry.
Yeah. I mean, where it's at right now is, I mean, it's about where I had it. I mean, I had it at 10.8 and it's at 10,580. So
we're over 20,000 now on the 40.
Yeah, the 40 is, that's a big sale.
Yeah, that thing's running. Well, and that makes sense because there's a speculation that Clayface may be the Daredevil, or the Daredevil. Geez, sorry, I'm hung up on that 131. But the Clayface may be the villain in our next Batman movie, right?
Oh yeah,
that would be cool.
So,
we finally get like a new villain.
Yeah.
Very often, or in the other movies.
We're maybe at a point where VFX could maybe pull off a Clayface.
And that's the difference between like what we think about with Clayface, those guys like us that grew up with the animated series, and the Golden Age Clayface, completely different. Like he's basically
he's just like putting crap on his face.
I mean, he's like a low-tech version of the Chameleon, basically.
Yeah,
is what he is.
I mean, Batman to me is not canon unless it's the animated version. So like,
yeah.
That's the only Clayface I picture. Like that's what I grew up watching. And
100%.
But I like that. There's a lot of good, good stuff in there, and his being an actor, and he was, the vanity and all that stuff. It could be, you could see that being a good movie.
It's one of those. I bought I can't remember what they're called, but it was some trade paperback where I think it was Batman Chronicles, but they were publishing Batman stories chronologically in these trade paperbacks. So it's like, you start out with all your text, and then it starts weaving in the stories from Batman and then World's Finest. And of course it has, the first appearances of so many of these villains. And I really enjoyed those Golden Age Clayface stories because he shows up in 40, I think 44 again. So a couple of them in there pretty early. Wow, we're over 23 now, 23,198 on the Tech 40.
Even that 0.5 Tech 47 went huge. That went for $868. I mean, that is a monster number for a incomplete copy of that book.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. That's my beef with so many of the covers from the 40s, like between 40 and 60. Really, there's just so many of them. They're so generic and crappy. I don't know. Maybe they just hadn't figured out that the villains sell. Wow, we're almost 10K hammer price on the 131 now. I think 73 is going to sell unless somebody pulls the trigger real quick. Sold 9,200.
So I mean, yeah, a little under what I had it at, but not.
It's like right in the middle, right, of the 5 and the 6.
10,580.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit soft, but I mean, it's,
yeah, it's like a couple
it's
hundred
such a
bucks
narrow
on a
window.
2,000 or on a $10,000 book. Is like,
Yeah,
25 198 on the Tech 40 now, guys. That's
wow.
This thing's a beast.
I mean, that's getting up to that. There was a 6.5 sale or something. What was it? Yeah, a 6.0 sale that went for 3120.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is getting up into that stratosphere, which seemed like an outlier at the time, and now this is because that. I mean, you had the 3120 sale in June of last year, and then you had the last 5.0 sale was after that. Okay. I mean, so that's not like it's not like you had that $16,800 sale and then the 3120, and then this is now justifying it. It's like,
yeah,
somebody is very happy with that decision.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know, it's an interesting thing, you know, this auction philosophy and all this stuff and how these bids work. I do wonder, I mean, you'd have to really dig into it, but maybe there is value as a seller in having this auction format where, it just, you have a situation where these two people keep bidding back and forth and the clock resets by 3 minutes and you just keep going, you know?
I've said for years that eBay has cost themselves millions of dollars at this point in fees because they don't do soft closes. And I mean, like, don't get out the tar and feathers as I say that, but you know, it's just
you're saying like, Ryan, you could do even better.
Well, I don't auction stuff. So that's how I buy stuff on you.
Yeah. Ryan hates money. Yeah. So I think our Daredevil book may be about to close.
Yeah. Same with
inside
this
10 seconds.
Tech 40 might close too. It's 20. So we'll see what happens. Wow, so this is going to be a
11,347 for the Daredevil. 10 seconds left. And there's no buyer's premium. So this is hammer price, and still that's just such a big sale.
Boom.
Man, who would have thought the book that kind of kept us the most intrigued would have either been a Tech 40 or a Daredevil 131 tonight? Two really impressive sales. Now, as far as like,
for me, it's still that crime suspense.
Crime suspense, yeah, that was wild.
That's the wildest sale.
I mean,
that I saw so far tonight. I think.
I mean, maybe that just talks about the strength of the auction in general. That we've got so much to talk about. That just,
I mean, the book that's
not only that, but the other thing we can talk about too is even the filler kind of Detective Comic stuff right now. This is our first, I think, Fantast collection stuff that's going for sale for the night. So kind of an interesting lots to look at in this entire auction.
So this is a book I think we should talk about. You know, we just had the big sale with, you know, the first golden age era Clayface, this Tech 298 and an 8.0. I've definitely seen it getting a lot of attention lately, just 298 in general, not this particular copy.
And it does not sell in those type of grades.
No.
Mean, for Silver Age, this is it's a unique book. This is a high grade. I mean, like a 9.0 sold for $7,800 in January.
Wow.
But it's weird because the last 7.0 in January sold for $900. So it's like
really?
you get like a big gap.
Yeah.
And it's like the gap price seems to be around a 7.5. A 7.5 went for 15. And then so the question is, what do people think that 8.0 is worth? And it's because that's how I often look at things. You know, it's like at the 9.0, that book is $850 a point. At the 7.5, it's $200 a point. So what do you say?
That's a big swing.
Yeah, what do you say the 80 is? It's
Yeah.
like 400 maybe. Like,
Mhm.
so I could see, like, I would rough out like 3,200. So to me, it
Mhm.
feels kind of low right now. But if someone decides to go the 200 a point, you're already well below that. So or well above that. So I mean,
Mhm.
yeah, this is the type of thing where when you haven't had a sale for 5 years in grade, which is what this is,
Yeah.
and you're trying to estimate based off other ones, and the gap is that big.
Everybody's
I mean,
shooting in the dark.
yeah.
And just, I know in my experience, it's not a book that I see a lot.
No.
Raw, graded, whatever. And when I do, I feel like it's got that priced in. It's like, you don't like this price, go find another one. You may walk around for 6 months and never see another one in person.
Yeah. Now the next Bobby Blue book I'm interested in. It's actually, there's only 2 left, I think.
The dynamic, I'm assuming
It's
one
the
of them.
dynamic. Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We're up to
that one,
17.
I had that one going for 18.5, and it's already above that.
Yeah, you're there. You're going to be all right on that one.
But I mean, I wouldn't have been shocked if it went for 20. So I mean, it's not like this is a super surprising sale, because it's.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the last one I saw was a 3.0 slightly brittle CBCS on Heritage that went for like 9, and
So it had
this
a lot
one,
of stuff going against it.
yeah, and so this one, like, that's why I was like, okay, it has a little bit nicer page quality. It's a nice looking book, and this one is often detached because this one isn't. I think the last like 2 copies, yeah, it's a single staple, and that's why it is usually detached.
You see it right there. You just look at the wear on that one staple. That thing was well read back in the day.
But I mean, it's a nice looking copy. Like, there's no creases on that front cover.
No.
I mean, it's
little rounding on the corners there, little rub.
Yeah, it has foxing on the back. Definitely has some tanning, that kind of stuff. But
the eye appeal is really strong. Yeah,
presentable book. And this is one of those that I feel like this book should go for this type of price or more. I felt like I like this cover more than Punch 12, both done by the same guy, and Punch 12 definitely goes for more. And this one is way more rare, and I think you can tell, like, it's just such a cool, like, I've talked about this with that video I just did a couple days ago about I think it's Voodoo 12, where it's a bunch of different faces that are Voodoo 12, or no, that one you have, it's there's Weird Mysteries 2, which is a bunch of different faces, and Voodoo 12, which is like 3 different characters. And I like it when you can tell an artist spent a lot of time making it unique, where instead of, I mentioned it in that other one, like Eerie Comics, a lot of times it's like the same skull over and over and over again, and it just feels like they were just like trying to fill the page with stuff, whereas this, it's like unique, a lot of work you could tell was put into it.
Or you could do the old Don Heck LB Cole trick where you just pull something out of the cover you've already done and slap that on the cover and turn it in. We call that efficiency, boys.
And then it sells for more.
Exactly.
That's the crazy thing. Those are the more valuable.
I got it figured out. Let's see. Do we care about any of this? We got some Bronze Detective. Okay, we did have the 298 did sell. Hammer price 2305. No buyer's premium on that. So now we've got some data to work with moving forward. What's that come out to? A point, a little under 300.
Yeah, just a little under 300. Yeah. So
not too shabby.
I mean, more per point than the 7.5, but it didn't gap that much. I mean, as compared to that 9.0.
And like you said, we just don't have a lot of data to go off with that one. So maybe oh wow, big jump here. We're up to 22.1 on the dynamic.
Okay, yeah, like this. So that could be interesting what this goes for then.
Yeah,
because that feels like somebody threw in a big number to try to
scare some people out.
Maybe.
So yeah, we're over 25,000 with the BP on this book now. So
because I'm trying to work through these cat books and stuff, and just so I have the numbers to talk about, because some of the, I mean, most did really well. There's a couple, underperformers in there, but that, I mean, I feel like the pre-code horror is the stuff that stood out the most. I mean, you've got that Chilling Tales 15, the
Yeah.
Chamber of Chills 19.
Yep. Crime Suspense 22.
Yep. I mean, they all have performed well. It's the only one that went under a little was the Crypt of Terror 17, and it was $250.
Yeah.
And that's just my rough estimate. I mean, a lot of this stuff doesn't sell very often, so
yeah, there's only so much money in the room for Johnny Craig, you know. I mean, we love him, but guy's pricey.
People are, you know, there's again, I made a joke about it. I feel like, you know, it's getting to that time of year once again. You know, people are getting a little festive with their Halloween covers.
Yep, you know it. Just kind of scrolling ahead, I'm into some of these FFs. Is there anything that was on anybody's radar in here?
You know, I was going to talk about it. It's like, and I'm not necessarily versed in the stuff, but if you go to the exciting comics in the E stuff, this is the type of stuff where I, you know,
some of those good girl covers, right?
Yeah. On the stream, we were talking about, someone had made mention, and Ryan, we were going back and forth in chat where it's like, oh, like Golden Age is so expensive. And it's like, you know, there's a lot of like this type of stuff that's like, it's Schomburg, it's airbrush, it's cool.
I think this is a great cover. Right?
That cover does not go for as much as it should. If you, because like you throw that one up against like 7 Seas 4 and that kind of stuff, you know, it's like great underwater, you know, good girl art shark cover.
But there's a ton of the stuff like you can see like number 62. You know, it's like, oh, here's your bondage stuff, and it's like, oh, it's $600. You know, so Schomburg bondage.
Looking for it. There we go.
So it's like you can find like stuff that is still cool.
Yeah, you don't need to like wreck your wallet to get some pretty great Golden Age books. Yeah. And it's knowing the runs to look in. And Exciting is a great one because they're Schomburg covers. So you're getting Schomburg stuff. Oh God.
I wanted to check back in. Yeah, we caught another bid on the dynamic.
Yeah. Because you're getting Schomburg covers, you're getting, you know, like, you know, some great, pretty affordable books that look awesome. And you know, it's the same thing with like Jungle Comics, Jumbo Comics, you know, especially the later runs or later issues when it's Maurice Whitman. I mean, you get some great covers and things that cost nothing. I mean, like 9/0s are like $200. It's so there's definitely stuff out there that if you want to like dip your toe into it and not feel like you got to spend a ton of money, you have that option.
And guys, I'd like to take a second to appreciate an unsung hero here as we've been looking at all these Golden Age books tonight. But I mean, shout out to Curtis and the Baby Ruth Candy Bar sponsoring some of our favorite Golden Age comics for years at this point. So I don't know if you guys have noticed how many Baby Ruth ads there have been. Well, clearly it was a people's choice back in the 40s.
The Detective Comics like Joker cover I just sold a couple days ago has this awesome Baby Ruth ad on the back with this parrot. And it's like, it is a great back cover. Like that is one of my favorite Baby Ruth ones that they have.
I mean, look at this. We got a fire breather for this Butterfinger ad on the back of this other Exciting. So, you know, Curtis holding it down again. That's where all the excitement was back in the day.
Gotta appreciate the times of the ads and stuff, you know.
26-1 still on this dynamic. And man, I'm going to run the math because that hurts my brain.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm math all day.
It's like
30,015.
Yeah.
You know, it really quick too, just after the Exciting run, you have like falling in love books and stuff. And it's like,
romance,
this romance stuff. And I think that this number 108, the first one in the falling in love is like done by Romita and stuff. So it's like, you have these like really just random things that
fantastic.
I mean, I'm not going to wait for them to get hot, but like, you know, I hear people talk about this stuff like DC romance and all this stuff, you know.
You know, I'm a big Romita guy and I wouldn't mind going back. Holy crap, this one's got Wally Wood art in it and Romita. So yeah, I wouldn't mind going back and getting some of that. Like if there's anything that we consider like key Romita romance art, right?
Yeah. I think you got to find those ones that have like the thought bubbles that are, you know, unintentionally funny, or like how Archie has the unintentionally funny ones. Like maybe there's some keys, quote unquote, in there.
Excitings are still hanging in there. No buyer's premium on these, so hammer price will be what they are. But Oh my God, boys.
27.5.
Yeah.
Well, what are some of the what are some of the previous numbers with this one, and like what's
well, they're almost non-existent. That's the whole thing. Like
right. Like how far up the grade? Because I know that this one is such a rare run or such a rare book.
I'm gonna let Tom get a plug in for the Como Comic Book Show here. One of our dealers, he's actually a Overstreet advisor, came up from Oklahoma, and he just bought this big pulp collection. So like Tom said, there were people pulling Schomburg pulp covers out. They're just right on par with a lot of his comic covers, airbrush comic covers for 10 and $20 a piece. So
well,
yeah, pulling up the census
there.
Oh, go ahead, Ryan, if you have
I pulled up the census, and I was going to say, like, there's only 18 total universals, and the highest is a 9.2, then, which is probably, I mean, who knows? That's got to be some pedigree. Like, it's got to be a mile high or something.
Yeah.
Then the next is a 7.0, then a 6.0, and a 5.0, then this 4.5.
Yeah.
So
the 4.5 is the
1,
fifth
2,
highest.
3, 4, yeah, 4 higher.
Yeah.
The 4.5 is the fifth highest graded on the census.
That's nuts.
Yep. And man, like, yeah, it's, I mean, but even that, like, 3.0, there's only one. I mean, the 3.0 was the sixth highest.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, we're 18 copies, 24 graded, and that's pretty, as far as like, because I would call this kind of a horror key or whatever, like,
for sure.
24 total. That's, I don't know many books that maybe have less than that. That might be
18.
Yeah, like,
the total is higher. The total's like,
I see right here.
Total,
24.
yeah, okay, 24 total, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Now,
but like,
Ryan, are most of the Chesslers fairly rare? Oh, we just got another bid, 28.5.
I mean,
31,000. Holy crap! They came right back.
I bet this is going to pop up on Instagram. I bet it's somebody that's in like the Instagram group, like people that we follow. I would not be shocked.
Yeah, I mean, somebody got to flex hard on this, and you know what? Let them flex, because damn, they're earning it.
I mean, because it's one of those books where you look at it. Well, I mean,
that's 35,650, boys.
They do seem to sell about once a year. You know, like you get about one a year, which, I mean, for some Golden Age, that's not as rare as others. But the highest that's sold in the last 11 years is a 3.0. So there was a 5.0 basically 11 years ago.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, yeah, if you want one that looks this nice, you go, this is my chance, or I might not see it again for a decade.
So, Mickey, one of the excitings you pointed out sold, no buyer's premium, so $669 on that. Like you said, great Schomburg cover, and that's a 5.0. So to your earlier point, there's definitely accessible ways to get into Golden Age, because you get a raw copy of that and maybe a little lower grade, and you're talking a few $100.
Yeah, and if you go check out. I was going to say, if you go check out Keston's channel, he did a video on all of these covers. And so, like, all these Schomburg airbrush covers. And so you can go see all the ones that are out there, and he talks about those, and it's a good way to learn about them.
And these are the kind of books too that's like, I'm personally not like super into them, but like, I feel like when I go to like, the bigger shows that have some of the more notable dealers, like you can, if they have Golden Age bins, like you find these ones there. And so it's like you have like, oh, it's $200, this exciting comics thing or whatever. So it's like you can find decent deals for that type of stuff.
Well, I mean, this is a terrible cut, but same way, Schomburg cover just sold 4 or 5 for $290.
Yeah, and that's a cool color. Like the blue kind of like fade background and.
Well, and I mean, look at it. How often do you see the guy kind of down on his luck and the girl defending the guy? I mean, that's a pretty unique situation, I'd think there.
And this 60, I mean, and they're going for solid numbers. I mean, a 6.0 sold this month for $900, and a 7.5 sold for $1,320, and that 6.5 is going for about $1,200.
So we had a little
35,000
action. Yeah. We had a new development.
You know, one other little thing I'll just point out, if oh my god, geez, 35,000. I was just gonna say
Yeah.
there's
That's
an
40,250 with the buyer's premium.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There's an FF1 in a
Mhm.
1.0 that's maybe gonna go up for sale, and I just was paying attention to it and noticed, and it's actually gonna be that's pretty high for the last few kind of floor prices for this book.
I feel like Fantastic
kinda
Four
interesting.
has been getting unjustly
Hammered.
hurt. Yeah, just hammered. Like
Right.
big keys going just below like 2019 prices.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just like I think I don't know what it is, if it's part of the just not getting, I mean, the Marvel, the MCU, everything definitely plays a role, you know, and you just wonder if it's not getting any news or the constant changing where they're like, oh, we're going to do some other storyline, or we're going to hire this different person now, and people are just sick of it.
Well, the sentiment towards like the film stuff is like never been lower, you know, than it is right now, and for good reason. But like, this is where it's like you have to have some belief or faith or whatever you want to call it. If it's like, well, you know, if you think now's a good time, you might as well get it.
Oh yeah,
But
I mean, I was annoyed I didn't buy. There was a FF2 that sold last night on Heritage that I was like, man, I would have bid that. I'm not watching the silver and bronze days anymore, you know, and so like I didn't even watch it, and I was like, that went way too low. I would have bought that all day, and so.
There are some books.
I had marked this one because I wanted to talk about it.
Well, it's funny. There are some books like this where I was watching this one as well, and I was like, I don't know. It's hard to say because like I look at this book and I think about like, oh, what I do with the index, and I'm like, I don't know. This should be like a 4,000 tops if you really wanted it, based on.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness!
39,251.
That's wild. Like. I never this is going to be this is the blowout sale.
45,138.
Yeah,
where we sit right now.
This is the blowout sale for any book that we've seen so far. I mean, there were some that had bigger percentages, but they were like the 0.5s that just seemed to go high. But like this, in terms of like total value, is shocking. Like, I mean, I talked to people before this, and they were thinking 20. I mean,
oh wow!
I had heard people saying like, oh, maybe around 20, and I mean 45.
Yeah.
So with
so like last few sales for this were actually going on the $5,000 and $6,000 level. So it looks like this one kind of rebounded a little bit. But the FF5, we always joke about how nobody cares about Dr. Doom and stuff, and it is kind of hard to say because this is one that I was just watching myself. I'm not gonna bid on it, but it's got that Fox bump, you know, and so you just wonder about some of these ones where you just don't know.
Well, that was like when I did my video on the top Silver Age keys, and this is one of the ones I put in there. And the thing that worries me about that book is that prior to Marvel getting the rights back, this book was going up at a clip of, it was like 5% a year or something. It was one of the worst performers out of any, like in comparison, like AF-15 is like 14% a year for decades. Oh, wow. And so then once it got back into the MCU, it started going up like 17% a year. And so then I'm like, that's not sustainable. Right. So you wonder like what's that correction actually going to be on it? And I don't know if I don't feel like it's at the bottom yet.
All right.
I don't think so either. But you do wonder, like, well, was it undervalued for quite a time? Is everything overvalued because of movies? It's really hard to know.
Yeah.
It didn't come up a lot. Like you wouldn't see them was a big part of it. And
well, I remember when I first got back into comics, I was looking for them and I didn't come across them very often. And now we see that book all the time. That's the joke. We see it all the time.
So it went ahead and hammered out.
Does everyone have that feeling? You know, if you're somebody who has one, you're looking to sell it or whatever, and just everyone just knows, like, man, I better sell into this downtrend right now with this book.
I mean, I'll give you guys some color.
It closed.
Yeah,
39,251.
There we go. So 45K.
The low price of a Tesla.
Oof. Yeah. So slow
Wow.
clap for Dynamic 8 tonight. That quite a book.
Yeah, that is a big sale.
Yeah. So that's awesome. But back to FF5, like I think I paid $250 for mine raw and it graded out at a 2.5. So I'm gonna hold mine. I'm doing all right with it.
Yeah, you got some wiggle room on your
Yeah. I got them
Whoa.
like 07, 08 prices. So this is one that I found while scrolling ahead. I think that'll be interesting to watch. I don't care for FF48 so much because there's just so many freaking copies of it.
yeah.
But you know, a 9.8 signature series, I think that one's going to be a bit of an outlier. I think that could.
Yeah, I mean
bring
that's
some
definitely
thunder.
the top of the top, and that
Mhm.
that Stan Lee placement, I gotta say, is
Yeah, it's
quite good based on
Mhm.
Stan Lee's.
Yeah, it's not
History.
directly on someone's face.
yeah.
Yeah.
You got to think that was like a signature window, or somebody
Yeah.
told him exactly where to put it because he would have put it right across Uatu's
Guiding his
face.
hand.
Or,
Like, no,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
It would have been, or the worst ones are when he goes vertical, you know.
Oh
like
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
vertical on it, and
yeah. Just right across the whole title or something like that.
yeah. What is the record
Oh.
in grade for a 9.8 48 here?
Well,
Is that-
I think
is it-
somebody in the chat said it was like
yeah.
140,000 or
See,
something like
Derek
that.
just said
Oh,
it had
was
quite
it?
a ways to go.
Oh wow.
Let's see here. Yeah, here we go.
So currently at 82K.
144.
It was 144. I don't think it's going to get anywhere near that.
I mean, it should, you know, at 144, it's got to get the COVID correction out of
Mhm.
it. So, you know, it
C2.
definitely seems high.
And
So,
I mean,
yeah.
Fantastic Four got, I mean, a lot of correction. I mean,
Mhm.
because everybody was hyped, especially Silver Surfer stuff. Everybody's hyped up on that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I mean, FF and X-Men in general, and then it was like you said, the Silver Surfer stuff kind of had an extra layer of hype.
I mean, so for comparison, I mean, this does seem very low right now because I mean, there was a 9.8 that sold unsigned that sold this year for 93 in June, and one that sold for 81 in March.
mhm.
So, I mean, I do give those Stan Lee, like Stan Lee's signatures are the ones that I give like a big bump to.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean, in 2021, it got about a 40% bump, maybe 35%
Really?
bump. The question is, will that hold up here? And so if that was the case, it'd probably break 100, you know, maybe like 105 to 110. And I can't see. Does this one have a 15? It does. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got a
Mhm.
long ways to go. I think it's more likely it's going to be quite a bit lower than that. But
Yeah. I just seems like when you're talking about that value range, a price range in an auction like this, like, you know, everyone wants to get that dynamic comics and stuff. Everyone's looking, you know, they're pulling their resources towards like some of those Bobby Blue stuff. Like it just feels like
Mhm.
this is going to get affected based on what people are looking at.
Yeah, like this is mid-card billing right here. Like nobody is watching this auction for this book.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will say, you know, you see the signature date back in 2012, and that's good because there's still a lot of clarity in Stan's signature. I tell you, by the time you get into 14, 15, it's kind of all blurring together. So that's a really clean late stage Stan signature there. So I don't know if that's going to be a factor for somebody looking to drop 82K, but
I mean,
you know.
another one that I had on my watch list
Mhm.
that's coming up to end soon was this FF3. It's an 8.5. That is a book you do not see in that type of grade.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I don't know how that price is. I haven't looked at the pricing for it, but I mean,
Yeah, no matter how nice it is, his hand's still backwards.
I like this cover though. I mean, I
Yeah, it's a
realize
good
he's got
cover.
the backwards hand, but I
I've
do
never
like this
noticed
cover.
that.
Yeah,
I do actually think this cover is great. It's
Yeah,
definitely
George
a cool
has
one.
2 left hands.
Oh wow,
He
this
does.
is
I never noticed that. Now this is like
in August.
seeing the
Sorry
Gambit
to
banana
break the
hammock.
glass on that for you, man.
Yeah, yeah. Now I can never look at it the same.
This is a huge record for that book.
Oh, really? Where are we
yeah.
standing?
Oh, no.
historically?
I was looking at the 8. This is the 8.5. Okay, so this is actually way low.
Oh,
All right. So the record from this year in March was 15,613. However, if we go back to just 2021, it was like a $10,000 book. So if you maybe take that one sale out, like maybe somebody got a little overzealous, like we're probably around there.
And there's no buyer's premium on this, so it's going to be hammer price. But it's a really clean copy. I mean, and let's just, acknowledge the fact there's 0 Marvel chipping on that, which for anything from 1962 is pretty dang impressive.
Yeah. Now, if you're wondering how, because I was able to copy in all the Bobby Blue sales, so I don't have to do that later tonight.
All right.
If you're wondering how it did very well.
So, I had dynamic helped a little, huh?
I mean, yeah, it still would have beaten my estimates, but that pushed it. So it had, my estimate was 352,600, and they sold tonight for $406,088.40.
Yeah.
So
I just sent you guys a little something on Instagram that you can look at later.
Is it from Flip Mode? Are they like rolling a pile of money?
Yeah. You'll see. Not something for the chat, but
let's see. My God. Yeah.
We'll just say for everyone watching in the chat, the sellers are having a good night.
Yeah,
they're having a good time tonight.
But it's consistent. This means a lot to me, because the first day they were 14% above my estimate. This was 15%, and this was way more books.
Wow.
And there really weren't many deals to be found. I would say the best deal I see in here was the Captain Marvel Adventures 18, that first Mary Marvel. I had that one going for 3,000, and it went for 24.15. And that's there's a 5.0. That's a tough book in grade. I mean,
and we completely missed that one because we were still in like Captain America hell when it went. So
yeah, that was the best deal that I see. Second best deal was the Cap 13. It was 17%.
I gotta say, I think the tide turned when they went on the Swagglehaus YouTube channel and did an interview.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just 0.5%. Yeah.
Where's my where's my bone here? Just throw me some trash like AF-15 that you guys don't care about anymore.
We'll each take like a small stack of the filler Bobby Blue.
I'm fine with
send
that.
it our way.
I can make that work.
But yeah, no, I mean, so like combined, so 84 is like 490,000 and change.
Wow.
So far, not.
And they've still got some books to go too.
Yeah, like I said, we're not even halfway.
Yeah. Well, just even tonight, because or no, I'm sorry. I thought they're
done tonight.
I thought the Ghostly Weirds were theirs, but they're not. That's my bad.
Oh, that is one that I was watching those. There's some pretty crazy fight comics coming up. There's the Ghostly Weird. There's the Hangman #4. There's a few. Are those coming up tonight?
We go through Haunt of Fear tonight.
Yeah, the Haunted Thrills are what we kick off with tomorrow. So those ones we don't get to. But yeah, that Hangman #4. I mean, that's a tough book. Those are the MLJs, like kind of like the random MLJs that are you don't see them very often, but they can, depending on who's in the room.
Yeah, there are some cool EC books kind of at the end though that are
that Gaines file copy of Haunt 28 is one that I'm interested in.
It's like an 8.5 or something like that.
Yeah, so it's going to be on the lower end of quality for the Gaines files, but still.
Like the one that caught my attention was the Haunt of Fear 15. Like a 6.0 is a tough grade in that book.
Yeah.
There's another one. There's a 17, but it doesn't look right. It's like the colors are all wrong.
The witch cover, or no, that's the zombie cover, right?
It's the one where it's the origin of the Cryptoterror, and it's where they're all like on this. It's like
number
doorways.
3. Number 3 essentially. Yeah.
but I didn't put it in my save list. Maybe I should, but it was just
I
because it looked so
did.
weird to me that something just seemed
Yeah,
wrong with
it's
it.
very brownish looking.
Yeah, because it's normally green.
Mm-hmm. I'm just scrolling
I'll have
through
to scroll
trying
through a
to.
whole bunch of Fantastic Four.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the FF48 got a pretty sizable bump actually.
Did we?
Yeah.
Well, the 3 is over 10K now, and yeah, oh wow, we're up to 90.
And that
So
one
that'll
has
be
the
6
right?
figures. The 48 does, yes.
Yeah,
The 3
okay.
does not.
Yeah. So what did I say? I figured like, what did I say? Like 100 to 110 or something like that.
Well, we are there.
Yeah, it's basically there now. So
Yeah, 103.5 is where it's sitting. So it's in that short time. 2 minutes left.
Yeah, something had to have happened to this Hana Fear 17. It's like
Brown. It's weird.
It's like all brown, unless it's like something with it. But I feel like the one next to it looks a little faded too. The 8. I wonder if they're like the same,
Mm-hmm.
from the same collection. It's just that
That
I mean, even the 15 doesn't look as blue as it should.
yeah, well, and that happens. Like some of them are more purplish. I've seen several of them that are that color.
But yeah, there's a big run of Hana Fear coming up. I'd like to get 17 at some point. That like zombie-ish, like the actual 17.
Actual
not
17. Yeah.
I'd
The
want
one here
nicer
is
than
just
this one, but-
roached.
it's
Yeah.
that one, right? That zombie
Yeah,
close-up one.
this
Is that
guy.
the one?
Yep. I'm a big fan of 18. It's just that this copy's not the nicest
Oh,
one
the old
ever.
witch cover.
But yeah, it's just
It's a creepy
classic.
cover. It's like
It is. I mean, it's great angles too. Just the more you look at it, the more you see, and it's I don't know. 17 gets a lot of love. I feel like this one probably deserves a little more shine than what it actually gets.
I like 19 too because it's the one that has to me like that comedy to it. I mean, just like I doubt they ever had a double. No, it's the double axe.
Oh yeah.
Because like I
That guy.
imagine that didn't exist. He's like, I don't have time to swing this thing twice.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Two blades.
You know that
We
that
got a
one,
lot of heads to chop.
that one Drew that you had, the one that's the origin of all the keepers.
Up here, number 15.
Yeah,
Or
it's
17
funny
rather.
with this one because this is one that I notice a lot. Like it should be a green cover, and that one is like brown. Like I feel like there's something specific with this particular book that always ends up getting the color oxidized out or whatever it is.
That's
like
what we were talking
that was
about.
pretty beat up, and it's green. You know, the colors look great.
My copy's probably like a 2.5, and it's green. So yeah, but I've definitely seen them like this before, because I mean, look at the whites. You know, it's not like the whites are overly yellowed or stained.
What's the
or
page
anything.
Quality? Like, is it? I'm just wondering if it's
Off-white,
like,
white.
Yeah, so it's like it doesn't feel like it was in like a hot attic or anything like that.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like if you go up to like, I was looking at this one, and you go up to like the Go Collect stuff, and you look at all the previous copies. It's just every now and again there's one that stands out as being brown, and I wonder if it's like, is it an error or is it?
It might be like
it's almost got to be like an ink
consistent.
issue from manufacturing. Like it ran out of one of the 4 colors or something. Like maybe it ran out of yellow or something.
Yeah, maybe it's an error actually, which is kind of interesting, kind of fun.
Yeah, because it just all the other colors look fine, and usually if anything's going to fade, it's red, and the red looks.
Yeah, the red's sharp, the yellow's sharp, the whites are clean, even the yellows are clean. So I don't know. It's a great book. Love that one. I also like 16. It's a Craig vampire cover. I don't think I pulled it up, but it's a shame some of these are lower grade. But this is just very classic vampire vibes.
Yeah, that issue 3 is up over 11 now, so that one's. I mean, it's doing pretty well. I think it's like the second highest sale. So I mean, that's how sometimes you have to look at those, like when it has like a peak that really deviates from what you would expect. Like just kind of. That's why whenever I'm pricing books, sometimes people will talk about it's like, oh, it took a big drop, and it's like when I'm estimating, I'm like, no, it sold where I thought, because I need a confirmation sale. Like I need at least a sale that tells me that wasn't just like a fluke,
100%.
I mean, like people are going to be looking for a confirmation sale for that Crime Suspense Stories 22.
Yeah.
Like there's definitely going to be someone looking for that.
And honestly, any dealer that's like legitimate, like not just out trying to get every single dollar. When you go to price something, you're going to throw out the low price, you're going to throw out the high price, and use everything else to kind of try and come up with a real value, right? Which is where the importance of that follow-up sale that you're talking about really comes in. I mean, obviously, if your goal is to just 100% get as much as you can out of it, you're going to be like, well, one sold here, that's what I want for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like one person was willing to pay it, and actually two people. If it was auction, two people were willing to pay close to that.
Yeah,
Right.
This guy wasn't running himself up.
Yep. I wonder sometimes if that you got somebody who's like they're like they have another copy and they're just like, I'm willing to eat it on this book. just buy a second copy to justify the price.
So that's
all right.
FF48 close, yeah.
Yep. So not bad, still six figures.
Yeah, like 105, 106, something like that.
So
yeah, and I was watching this 72, the 9.6. Like you don't see that book in that type of grade. That is a really, really nice. I think I had a 9.4 at one point, and I mean, a 9.6 is incredible.
Old label, it's a CPR candidate.
Oh, I mean, guaranteed 9.8, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna zoom in on this one. I'm gonna take a look what I think about it. I mean,
black and red.
It looks pretty nice. I mean, front cover. I don't see anything that jumps out as like I don't see an obvious spine tick. I don't see, like, a lot of times 9.6s you'll have like a tiny corner crease. I don't see any of that. I mean, this is a really nice 9.6. Let's see about the back. Oops. Back looks pretty nice. I maybe see one spine tick on the back. That's a nice looking book.
Look at the bottom left corner of the back. I think there's a teeny tiny dog.
Yeah.
I bet you that's what it is.
Yeah, it does look like it's almost like a dog ear.
I
wonder if you submitted a few times if you could get a 9.8.
Maybe.
I mean, that's the gamble of like someone handling it though, and then they drop it or whatever.
Yeah, you send it in and it gets dropped, and then you're definitely hosed.
Yeah. Let's see. I wonder when this one was actually graded. Because they don't have the link here, so to look it up in. Because I mean, it's a serial number that starts with a 0, so that is that is old.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of big sales. Anything, I guess, in summary, big surprises of the night. I guess it's got to be the Dynamic Comics one.
Yeah, Dynamic is definitely the surprise. The number one surprise. Number two is the Crime Suspense Stories 22.
Yeah, felt like the caps did just overall very well, if not.
Yeah, it was just the consistency. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's one of the big takeaways is that is the consistency. Like, I mean, yeah, you get like you're always going to have some that's like a little above, little below, that kind of stuff. But and so like there's plenty that it's like, oh, went 10% above my estimate, 10% below my estimate. But when you're talking about $3,000, $4,000 with a book that sells once every couple of years or something in grade, like, I mean, that's about what you can hope for. And I mean, yeah, it was just. I think there are probably a good amount of people in the room bidding that stuff.
And then
we got another bid on the FF3. We're over 12 now.
Wow, this one's still hanging in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's been around. Where are we closing at? We're closing out 50s, late 50s, and this 3 still hanging out. So
yeah, the FF52 is still going. That was one I was watching too, just because that book has been. I feel like is getting into that overcorrecting.
Yeah. I sold
52 or
I sold 52. Like a 3052, and when I looked up what it was going for, man, it was depressing.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's overcorrected. a little bit, but then I think that it's hard to price in when you look at it. It's like, okay, you had the Black Panther movie coming out in 2018, and then so that it's that like, was this an artificial inflate? Is this a over correction? Is it, what is it really? It's hard to say.
Yeah, because I don't know exactly when they announced Black Panther, because it based on pricing, it looks like it was probably 2014.
I think it was 2014 or 2015.
That sounds about right.
He walked out before in San Diego Comic-Con, like sort of before Civil War came out,
because you have a gap up in 2014, and then it's like you have a pretty consistent trend up. And I would say like pre-boom, it was still like a $3,000 book. And so, I mean, right now, going like 3 years later, going around that, I mean, it just feels like where it's sitting right now would be the low for the year.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, and it's an all black cover. I feel like there's a lot out there, but it definitely seems like, I mean, if you still believe in superhero spec and all that sort of things, I
mean, at an 8.5, there are only about 220 higher out of 6,245. And if you include the 8.5, it's like 400 and some. So, I mean, this is in the top 10%. It's probably like top 8% or something like that.
Yeah.
So that is I mean, when we talk about those, like, whatever, like investment grade type books, like when you're going like top 10% of copies, I mean, an 8.5 of this book falls into that category.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, because you look at that and it's like, okay, on the year, there's only been 1, 2, 3 other 8.5s that have sold. So, let's say maybe 2 more go up. So, it's like, that's why you want to be in these top percentages, because it's like you don't get repriced constantly. 5 isn't too many.
I'm surprised there are 6 9/8s. Like, like this is the type of book I wouldn't expect there to be more than 1 or 2, especially given that 49 there are only 2. Yeah, and this book seems like it would be harder than 49 to get in a 9/8.
Yeah, with all this black, I mean, just so tough.
Yeah,
and that's the crazy part. I mean, and you guys know me and my Spider-Man books. It's like the fact that there are 2 issues of Spider-Man that there are no 9/8s of just blows my mind. Like, you think about all the crazy stuff that there actually are.
What is it? 4? Just 4?
4 is 1, and is it 9? The other, I can't remember what the other one is off the top of my head. It's been a little while since I've done a deep dive into it, but 4 is definitely 1. That's why it gets so pricey in 9.4 and 9.6, because that's the top.
Yeah, there's a big jump when it goes to like the 9.0. Just looking at the prices, it could be that psychological aspect, where it's like all of a sudden you're in the 9 range and the price doubles. Yeah, but to me, it's like that seems like a situation where it feels like maybe there's opportunity for that 8.5, for that same reason.
And I know, like ASM 50. Once you hit like 9.0, you're in the top 7 or 8% of the census at that point, which is why above 8.5, it just gets really nuts.
Yeah.
Which is surprising. Like, you'd think it's relatively late Silver Age. I mean,
same with FF52, really. I mean,
but I mean, like, far apart. I don't know. I feel like red would be more forgiving than the black, but maybe not.
Yeah. I mean, neither of them are overly generous. Okay, so Ken here says 11. It is 11. I knew it was one of the darker bluish purple.
Is 11
ones.
That purple? The purple?
It's the second Doc Ock.
Yep. Yeah, that one has a gap up around like an 8.0 where it just gets real tough.
Yep.
The FF49 is interesting. There's right now when you look at the prices and stuff, it's just a big discrepancy, I feel like, between the auction sale prices and the expected sticker prices for this book, which I think is something to break down, which I actually bid on this one, but I feel like it's still a little high. Too high for me.
Which one?
I bid on one of the 49s.
Oh, okay.
Looks like they've all sold at this point.
Yeah.
I know I have a 4.0 and I was repricing it last week, and it's definitely taken a hit too in the lower grades.
So I see this comment by Flexopotamus, and I had meant to go back to it a while because he had asked about it a while ago and I never did. It was the Cerebus one that he picked up. And I think you said it went for like 3,800 or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, that sounds right.
So we had talked about that some at the very beginning, I think. And I can't remember if that was in the pre chat or in this. But the I said, like, the tricky part with it is that it appears like a very good price, because you have the 8.0 that recently corrected back down to 46.57 on its last sale.
Mm-hmm.
This one had a 7,500 sale in April, so this is like half of that. You had a 32 in the 6.5, so it feels like a reasonable price. The tough part is that prior to the comic boom, it was like a $1,600 or $1,700 book. So the question just is, has it rebaselined and it's actually going to hold these values, or is it going to go back to where it was? And I mean, I can't answer that. That's the risk with some of the stuff that are, they look like deals, but are they really deals?
Mm-hmm. And, Cerebus is kind of like the number 3 book when it comes to those black and white indies. I mean, Team NT1 and Albedo 2 kind of being the other top tier books there. And they both definitely taken a hit. I just feel like Cerebus doesn't sell that much. So, we may not know exactly where it's at.
I have no idea what the count is on. Like, do you know the count on that one versus? Because I know like Albedo, it's like 2,000. I think.
I got it right now. So it's 309 universal and then 367 total.
Wow, that's so low.
It's pretty low. I mean, like, I would say, to flex, like, yeah, maybe there's still froth there, but like, I mean, I don't think you're gonna do that bad, right? Like, it's just. I'm looking at
like your downside risk is probably relatively low.
Yeah,
at that point.
Yeah, it's just how long do you want to sit on it, basically. Like, if you want to move it quick, you may have to be a little aggressive on your pricing, but if you have time, you'd probably be all right with it. It's Cerebus is cool, but it's really niche, right? Like, you've got to find that indie guy who really wants a copy of it to you're not gonna have somebody just walk up most times.
Comic Journey is asking what's the deal tonight. It was that page. What was that?
The
page for like $5.
Page.
The cost of the slab, you can get a splash page.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's I'm still going with that one. That Cap 12 splash page.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Because I read that comment. I'm sitting here reading or thinking like, what was, but yeah, there's no doubt that was, I mean, I'd say the top 5 deals of the night were some of those pages that sold for very little.
I don't feel like any book that had a lot of eyes on it got a massive deal. There's probably stuff that sold, silver stuff that sold at good deals, but
the 52 and the 3 have both finished out. So the 3 sold for $12,113 and the 52 at $33.56. No BP on either of those, so price is what it is. But
and I think that's the low for the year on the 52, just by like maybe $100 or so. But it still feels like a pretty reasonable price. Like I feel like you're at or maybe even a little below market at that type of price.
I mean, I remember when a 3.0 was pushing 1,000. So for an 8.5 to be at 34, it seems like a really good buying opportunity.
Solid deal for sure. I think at that price, especially
go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, because when you go to the 9.0s, and like probably they're a little bit inflated at the 9s and stuff, but like it jumps up to like $9,000, $10,000 once you get to like a 9.0, so you're getting for 0.5 less of a gray, you're getting more than half the price at that point. which I realize
people
getting
like
a 9,
those like solid numbers,
yeah. But I mean, I realize, getting a 9 maybe psychologically is a big deal for people. But when you really just kind of step back and think about it, it's like, I mean, imagine when you're talking about like, okay, what's a better investment? It's like, oh, you can buy this, and then like you can take your $7,000 extra and buy something else, right?
Yeah. Swag, do you want me and Ryan to carry the conversation for a little while so you can get in on some of this Bronze Age filler? FF. I mean, we can do that for you. We know you
it's
love
your
it.
favorite, right?
Yeah, I came in tonight with 10 grand to spend, guys, and I'm gonna shift my game plan, and I'm just gonna go with all this bronze filler at this point.
This 9.4 Airwalker is looking good.
I gotta go back to like where the live sales are, because I want to see what's coming up for that.
Yeah, that's what I just did, and I was unimpressed when I saw all this early 70s FF. Just like,
oh my goodness.
So,
well, they're fantastic books though. So it's got the label on it.
So not only are they high grade filler from the Bronze Age, you get that beautiful label too.
You got the label,
Yeah.
Some of the stuff it's just it's so hard with all these FF books, like and when it's like a high grade and a slab, and so you're going to pay the premium for it. Like I mean, how many people are there in the market, to own the 9.6 FF 128?
Yeah.
It's
just so seems so.
I feel it's got to be small. I mean,
yes.
From my even minor keys that I've had, where I had it was like a 9.4 something, like minor key Green Lantern. I think it was like the first time the Flash appeared in the Green Lantern title in the Silver Age, and I had that book sit for sale for like 2 years. I mean, like high grade filler, and even if you get a deal, you're not really getting a deal. It sits forever unless you're willing to throw it up on auction and let the dice fall.
Just let it rip. And it's tough too, because it's like, it's like, I mean, it's not, we're in the 1972 eras and stuff, so there are raw 9.8s out there,
Definitely.
Just people aren't grading them. They're just like, ugh.
Yeah.
And I think people would rather, you can buy 10, a whole like group of 10 of high grade raw copies for what any one of these single 9.8s will cost you. Hell, maybe even more. It's just, I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze for a lot of people.
I feel like the only reason is for somebody trying to put together like the, what are they called on CGC?
Oh, the sets.
It's not pedigree, but it's whatever the thing is called, like the awards or whatever.
I always can remember the name. Why maybe ask me about it.
Yeah, it's one of those words that just always slips my mind. Where it's like I think of pedigree or whatever, and I know that's not what it is. Or I think of census. But
well, since this is kind of the bathroom break portion of the stream, as we get through all this Bronze Age filler FF, I think it's a good time to remind everybody that if you're enjoying the stream tonight, be sure to join us tomorrow night over on Ryan's channel at Automatic Comics. We're going to continue on for session 4. And then if you're not completely tired of us by the end of 2 nights of live streaming this ComicConnect auction, you can find us on Mickey's channel, Swagglehaus Comics, on Friday. We're going to watch the last session of the auction then, and thankfully at that point we'll have quite a bit of stuff to look back on and talk about as well. So we'll probably do some recap and just kind of some summarization, looking back at some of the non-Bronze Age filler that sold that we want to talk about. So thanks everybody. We've had between 50 and 60, almost 70 people now hanging out in the chat most of the night, so thank you for being here and hanging out with us. I know we're having a good time. Hopefully you all are too.
And registry is
it's
not in the chat.
Derek and Eggplant called it out.
There you go. Yeah. Thanks, gentlemen. We know what we're talking about somewhat. This FF72 still going strong. It's up over 5,000 now.
Ryan, as someone who has watched Heritage auctions or just all auctions in general for a long, long time, I mean, tell me the mindset right now about those bidders out there that are, they've been slogging it in this auction for 3 hours. Their allotted budget is dwindled. Are they thinking to themselves, I wanted to buy some of these Haunt of Fears, but now I did overspend. And do you think the auctions kind of taper off a little bit value?
I mean, I used to think that, but that really, like, that would often be what I would hope for, that things would peter out near the end. But I mean, the reality is I think they tend to get stronger because you're getting later on, or you're getting into times in other parts of the country. Like, I'm East Coast, and so like it's almost 10 here, but on West Coast it's like 7. And so you're getting like a whole new like group of buyers maybe that are starting to come on, and so I haven't noticed that it really hurts too much later on in the auctions. The one, I would say, not one, but one benefit of the ComicConnect auctions versus something like Heritage is with Heritage, yeah, you can set up alerts where they'll text you when your book's coming up, but it's still like, it alerts you like 10 or 15 minutes beforehand, and you're still like, oh, I gotta go sit there. Whereas with these, it is a set time when it is at least going to for sure, or not for sure end. It's at least it's going to possibly end. Right. So you could set if there's like 5 books you're interested in, you can set your alarm and you can just go do whatever you want. Whereas with Heritage, if you do that, guaranteed you will miss the book that you wanted by 1 minute, and then you come in and you're like, oh, it's sold for so cheap.
Every time. It's
like guaranteed. So like with Heritage, like if I'm bidding on stuff, I sit there and watch, and that's where, at least with the nice thing about them splitting out the Golden Age, is that the Golden Age tends to only have about 120 to 150 books, and so I know that auction is going to be over in max 2 hours, and usually it's more like an hour and a half. Silver Age is brutal. Those ones are ending at like midnight now. They're running like 5 hours, 4 hours, and oh gosh, they're rough.
I really don't like how they switched the format. I much preferred when it was a mixture alphabetically. But
I did, until the fact that I don't have to watch Monday and Tuesday now.
Yeah, that's fair.
That is a huge plus for me now.
Yeah, that's great. What do you guys think about this one? It just wrapped up. This was one of the bells of 2022. Hot spec with the first Annihilus. Got a 7.5 of FF Annual 6, closed for $337. How it is falling.
Was there a 9.6 tonight? I thought I saw one. Maybe that's in a different auction. I thought I saw a 9.6 somewhere.
I think that was the only one I remember seeing tonight.
Maybe it's Comic Link. Okay, yeah, that book has cratered.
It's just, I think it's just tough. It's just tough. I've talked about this on like some of the, when we talk about like the index videos, and I lull people to sleep and go into numbers and stuff. It's just as one of those, like, this is one of those books where it's like, all the money that is in the market, when it was free and flowing and people were speccing, it's like, it's one thing and the prices go where they go. And then now it's like all the money wants to go to stuff that's like safer, right? Like it wants to go to books that have less downside risk. So it's like, it moves from like modern to bronze to silver to gold, and it goes from more outside character to Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, or whoever, right? So it's like, those books, it's just tough. It's a 1968 book. It's a spec character. It's a villain, and there will be a time when the sun shines on that book again at some point in the future, I'm sure. Yeah. But for now, it's like, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
Because I feel
back
like
in the basement,
5, that must have broke $1,000 at some point.
I think.
I would think so. Yeah.
And the tough thing with it too is it's like, it's like, oh, and now's the time to buy it. And it's like, yeah, it is. Like, that's probably a great deal for the 7.5, but you got to sit on that book for like a year and a half or so. Right. Yep. So it's like, you're not going to get your $500 sale out of it for a while. So you have to ask yourself, okay, well, it's only $330, but can that $330 be better suited somewhere else? So
yeah, I mean, like a sweet cap 3-page or something, right?
Yeah,
or like 60 of them.
Yeah. You can buy a whole
60
Cap
Cap
12
12.
one piece at
You
a
can buy
time
the
for
entire Captain America
$337.
3 for $300.
Oh man.
But yeah, it peaked at 975, so just under a
Yep,
grand for
right
a
at.
7.5. So
Yeah.
Very cool. Well,
and
we're
it's
starting.
below where it had that like jump when
Mhm.
Marvel regained the Fantastic Four, and then it's actually below those prices now. I mean,
Oh wow.
that feels like an overcorrection, but yeah, it's the question of it's like it still looks like it has a pretty strong downtrend. Like
Mhm.
what's
Yeah.
going to cause it to go
Bounce
back
back.
up?
Yeah. And it'll turn fast, right? But it's like, let's say until the turn happens, it's like that's when everyone starts to like, okay, now I can buy it because you can find
Exactly.
it.
Who's going to be the person willing to risk and put it out there
Oh,
until
there's
it turns?
Sorry to interrupt. There's a crazy one that's trying to end right now. Fight
one?
Comics 31. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it up here. Yeah.
Yeah. That is one of the more violent covers of that.
Oh
era.
yeah. That dude lost his head there.
Yeah. You don't see that too often. It's like Human Torch 12, where Human Torch is like melting that guy's arm off, and like in this one, I feel like are a couple of the most just like showing the blood spurting out and that kind of thing.
I mean, it's tasteful for a war comic.
Yeah.
We did sell the FF72, so it hammered out at just under 55. So nice sale there.
So let's see. So a Promise Collection 8.5 of that fight went for 12.6. So it is well below that, but you can't really use Promise Collection books.
Yeah.
But like a 6.5 went for 33.6 in June of last year. The 6.0 went for 52.8. I feel like that 33.6 looks like it was a total steal. I would think this is like an $8,000 book, and it's a little over that right now.
Yeah, we're over that.
Yeah. Oh, this is an 8.5. Sorry, I had that wrong.
Yeah.
I feel like so. I think I could see it going over 9.
Yeah, we're at 83.97 right now. So
yeah, I could see this one going over 9. But it's one of those things where it's tough because it's like, again, this is not a put on your shelf.
Yeah.
When the guests are visiting.
Yeah.
Like,
the nieces and nephews come running in. Like, what is that?
It's definitely a tough one too. It's like, you got the collector's dilemma, right? When you got 8,000 to spend, I mean, you got a lot of cool stuff to get, so it's.
Yep.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, this the Fight 32 is one I was watching too, because that's a pretty wild cover, and that one's looking around where I'd think it would go, like around $800, give or take.
Now, as Fiction House goes, where do you rank Fight? Like, Planet's clearly the top Fiction House book, right? Or is there something I'm not thinking of?
Let's see, because we've got Fight, and then what, Rangers and
Ghost.
Planet. Yeah, I would say I would put Fight above Rangers. It's probably number 2. Especially World War II era. Like once you get post World War II, like Rangers turns into like Fire Hair. What does Fight turn into? Is it just a lot of like plain covers?
Yeah.
I remember for sure what Fight turns into. But yeah, I mean, I would say I'd probably put it at number 2 that I can think of. There might be something I'm missing. I mean, Ghost is a good one, but it's not as long. Like, I mean, it's a much shorter run, so it's hard to really do it in comparison. Because, like, I think the Ghost Comics run almost every cover is great, but it's only what, like 13 or 14 issues or something like that. So
yeah, it's not real long, which I think is part of what makes it appealing to some people. Because I mean, I stay away from Fiction House most of the time because it's just like a bottomless pit, like I would love to have a run of Planet comics, but oof, that'd be brutal.
I mean, if you're like the first 20 issues and the last 10, it's like good luck. You're spending a lot of money.
No doubt. So we're at 88.57 on the Fight 31 now. So it's still kind of hanging in there.
Yeah.
And
Almost going to sell for as much as these Girls in Love comics that are coming up.
I mean, we've sat here all night just to get to those.
That's why I came. So
I looked at these the other day. These two, The Flames. Not really a title I'm familiar with. The Fox book, it looks like. But I mean, that's just some classic Golden Age stuff. I mean, this is a pretty solid cover.
I mean, yeah, a lot of the Flames are not good covers, but that one seems pretty decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the Flames, it's just a guy there with his like.
It's George Tuska. Oh, art. Okay, not cover, art. All right.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a step down in terms of cover quality.
For sure.
Let's see. There's a bunch of these Flash 139s, but that one,
oh man,
you never get the high grade.
Yeah.
Let me see what else is coming up. We get that Felix the Cat for newbie.
Yeah, I can't wait until funny animals one day become the cool thing to get.
Yeah, everything comes back in style, and eventually they show back up
when crazy comics start to blow up.
I tell you what, guys, I bought a collection a couple of weeks ago, and the heartbreak of it was it had a Flash 105, but it's coverless. Just like first one I've ever had.
Split it up into pages.
That's right. I've seen the way forward tonight. I know what to do.
Well, actually,
you can make $5 per page.
I feel like right now a great thumbnail would be "Don't sell your pages."
Yeah, yeah.
Warning to collectors.
You will not make money.
Pages are down. Oh man.
This Fight 31's hanging in there. It's 7,900. Man, I don't know what pace I prefer. The craziness that was the Captain America at the beginning, or
it was almost like that was a little too much. Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah,
would be ideal.
We should talk to ComicConnect and be like,
I think when we were following those what was it, the Crime 22 and stuff, that's the right level.
Yeah, man, some of those were fun to watch. So if you're just here late, you need to go back and catch the replay when this uploads, and because it was just bonkers, absolutely crazy during a few of those books earlier.
Yeah. I think you got to talk about this, Ryan. I'm going to bring it back to Girls in Love here, but I feel like there's something we can kind of mine out of this for a talking point. If you want to go down, Drew.
Oh, down. Yeah. The G is after F. I'm still learning my alphabet.
I just think it's really funny. If you look in the footnotes here, starting with that one on the right of the screen, it's like Girls in Love in a 1.8, second highest graded, only 2 on the census.
Rare.
You know, and the next one says 1 of 1 at the top, only copy on the census, scarce.
Scarce.
So it might be a good time to do a little.
That's one of those where I feel like it's probably not scarce.
Yeah, if you want to completely wreck the market, go buy one off of eBay and send it in.
Little PSA for all comic book collectors out there: just because there's not many on the census doesn't mean there couldn't be.
Yeah. I mean, that's why it's kind of surprising that it's at $160. Like 1 of 1, you know, it's like, I wouldn't be surprised if you just went to even some type of small con. You go through a few boxes, you might find one of those.
Yeah, you find like a whole bin of this.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sending them all in, scarce.
You would instantly lead the CGC registry.
That's right.
You have the Girls in Love registry set.
We're over 8,100 on Fight now.
Man, so that's over 9 now. That's a solid sale. Someone wants to put it on their shelf.
That's right. They're not afraid of a little blood. I got a question here from Michael. Says the Bobby Blue collection is being sold by Flip Mode. Some context to the live auction. let's see. I'll start and you guys fill in anything I miss. Basically, Flip Mode took kind of the cream of the crop of Bobby Blue, sent it off, had it pressed, cleaned, graded, and they're selling it in that first wave of top tier stuff through this ComicConnect auction tonight. There were, Ryan's got the exact numbers, but they're about a third of the way through with the books that are actually going to be in this multi-day auction at this point. So while I think like 40 or 50 some odd books today were Bobby Blue books, the whole session of the auctions not just comprised completely of Bobby Blue stuff. So like we're done. We've been done since sometime in the D's, I think, tonight with Bobby Blue stuff, but we pick up pretty quick tomorrow with
I think it's
quite a
one
few
of the
bangers.
first ones that start selling again tomorrow. And I'm guessing that's not by accident. Like they like yesterday they ended at the point in Captain America where they would start with Bobby Blue caps effectively today, other than the Cap 2. And then for this one, they're ending at HAU and they're starting at HAU, which is the Haunted Thrills books tomorrow that are also Bobby Blue books. Now there is going to be a gap there though, because there are no eyes. And I think there's a pretty sizable amount of Incredible Hulk that are coming up for sale.
Oh, really? Got some more of that Bronze Age filler.
Yeah, probably. So we're gonna have a little bit of a gap there.
Well, that'll be fine.
But we could, and that's where we haven't talked about it yet. Like if we wanted to start a little later or something like that and just miss the first, 30 minutes, and then we can backtrack to the Haunted Thrills books or something like that.
There you go. Yeah.
Do you guys think that when Flip Mode buys their yacht, they're going to name it Zerzolo?
Oh, I don't know. I imagine they're probably just going to pick up Spielberg's current yacht so he can get a new one.
Yeah.
So, Nikki, forgive me, I didn't get a chance to watch the interview you did with them. Did they say like where this came from, like what city or part of the country or whatever this came out of?
So they didn't specifically say that, but if I remember correctly, they said somewhere outside of Indianapolis.
Okay.
Was kind of where they bought it from Bobby Blue, and he just quick anecdote. Bobby Blue was a comic collector from back in the day. Got a lot of these books off the shelf. I don't know if they said specifically what he did, but obviously he's in his kind of twilight years, and his mom would write his name on all of his books, Bobby Blue. That's why most of them have the writing on the cover. And yeah, so he's kind of, towards the end of his life, and then his attorney who worked the deal with Flip Mode was the one that sort of had these books going for auction, or they contacted Flip Mode to make the deal and stuff. So, they made the deal, and here they are at auction. And there was a kind of a funny time when, like, this is something that's always interesting, and I might be doing a video about kind of this subject tomorrow, because there was something that was kind of popped up in one of the Facebook groups. But they were saying, like, while they were hearing stories from Mr. Blue about the collection, and my mom used to write this and blah blah blah, he started to get kind of sentimental. And it was like at that point where it's like, like maybe he doesn't want to sell them. Like there was a little bit of a moment of like, he may not want to sell this stuff, And kind of an interesting aspect to all you dealers who buy collections and stuff. I'm sure there's like always a little like, don't remind them of how special these things are.
I've 100% been there where, you get there and you start talking, and, the sentimental value kicks in. It's like, I understand, but I can't sell your sentimental value. So it's just, sometimes you can't make deals, or people decide they don't want to sell at the last minute. It's definitely a thing. I mean, and obviously I've never had it happen on anything of this level. So yeah, wouldn't that be a heartbreak to find this kind of collection and be there with the money and ready to do it, and it not go through at the last minute?
Yeah.
So the fight finished. It did sell at that 81.02. So the BP 93 hundo. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, I'm definitely I'm just paying attention to this ghostly weird 122. Let's see if it's
such a crazy cover.
I know you're not a huge LB Cole fan, but I mean it's a pretty crazy cover.
Honestly, I think of most LB Cole covers, like this is one of my favorites because I just get like Mars Attacks vibes off of this for some reason.
Yeah, that's fun for sure.
But it was one of those. I know we had talked about this, I think, in prior chat, just basically about there was a comment on the comic book collecting subreddit, and somebody had commented, they're like, it's like, why does Ghostly Weird 122 sell for so much? It's not even a key, and it's like, there's no first appearance in it. It's like, that's not how it works.
No.
Yeah.
So,
tell me you're a modern Silver Age collector. Yeah.
I'll just say this. Imagine what the prices will be when the Ghostly Weird cinematic franchise comes out.
Exactly.
That'll be a day.
I mean, it's going to be like Titanic, only set in space.
It's like, we
obviously know how it's going to end.
3 more bids came in. Got to find who owns this book too. They
That's
owe us
right.
something.
Swag, Michael had a nice compliment for you there about your interview. So
I appreciate it. Yeah. It was fun talking to them. And also talking to Vincent. Before I talked to them, I did one with Vincent, who is the CEO of ComicConnect, and kind of pulled the curtain pulled the curtain back a little bit on the auction process.
He's a nice guy. I've dealt with him.
I'm just sucking up. I enjoyed watching that one. I watched that full interview with Vincent. That was interesting to hear, just like kind of like how he started too, like the whole bills, like and making it through those
guys got to eat
and everything. Yeah.
I will say that this Ghostly Weird LB Cole cover is pretty cool. I mentioned that I'm not the biggest LB Cole fan either, but I do like this one. Wasn't one that was really on my radar before.
I know your live stream. You said like you might be triggering some people when you're talking about Mask One, and I was just like, it's one of my favorite covers.
I may have been having fun in the chat.
You could extract that thing out to like other, types of things where you could be like, oh, I don't like Tupac, or you could say like, I don't like pizza, and you'd have people just emotionally just be like, what is wrong with you, man?
Exactly.
That's how I felt.
Get that engagement in the chat,
Like, what broke you? Like, why are you the way you are?
Hey, but my question is this. I still stand by this. When the aliens actually come down and government admits that they exist, I mean, how popular are these sci-fi covers going to get,
Oh, yeah. I mean, Weird Science 15 all the way, man. Or 13, sorry, 13. I love that UFOs over DC cover. One of my favorites. Shout out to Ozzy, trying to hype the chat up, get some likes there. Appreciate that, man. Thanks for hanging out.
I mean, that's a good point down there.
What you got?
That Michael has. I mean, it's an amazing collection, but if there's no Darkhawk 1, is it really a collection worth buying?
Yeah,
you're right. It's true. It's true.
I wonder what the latest book was that's in that collection. I'm curious I don't know if that was asked or anything like that. Just kind of like when he stopped.
The stopping point.
I don't know. I feel like, and don't quote me on this, but I feel like it was only Golden Age. And I think maybe, I don't know if this is actually in the interview, maybe I'm confusing when I talked to Philippe on the phone or something, but it was like, I think once the code came in, he lost interest in books.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Really? I know there's like a bunch of Western and stuff in it too, which means it probably made it into the early 50s. But yeah, I was curious, if it hit the Silver Age at all.
You guys imagine being a kid and spending New Year's Eve 1953 with a nice new copy of Ghostly Weird 122. If you can't make it out, everybody, there's a date stamp right here in the E that says December 30th. So it would actually hit stands December 30th of 1953.
Oh, good times, man. Good times.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think you mentioned this in your live that you did, that I do think that's one of the really interesting things about this one is that you have his mom writing his name on some super violent covers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So she
Yeah.
fully
Like
knew.
some crazy stuff, and she's like, "This is fine."
Mhm.
so I mean, that is a like she is the MVP.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mrs. Blue was not a Karen about.
She was a cool cat.
Yeah, that's what you. Yeah, that was what.
Yeah,
she
she didn't care about the Senate hearings.
Yeah, I mean, you need to experience all things in life. You don't just need wholesome reading material, educational material. You see the ugly side of life too.
Yeah, the kids these days, they just curl up with a Spider Boy book now. It's like
That's right. He had to walk uphill both ways to buy these comics off the newsstand. It's a good looking Frankenstein. I haven't really looked at this one yet. Last issue.
What's your guys' feeling on Frankenstein's? I feel like I've done the look through all the covers. Is there anything I think is cool? And every time I look, I'm just like, nope.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the only one, like if I was gonna buy a copy, it would probably be like issue 1. And even then, I'm not like, I don't like that depiction of Frankenstein. I would much rather have what is it? Is it Tales from the Crypts, like 33 or 34?
34.
Yeah, like I mean, like that's
the
like
last
a
one
sweet
I need.
depiction of Frankenstein,
Yep.
Right.
And so it's just like, and that Frankenstein 1, like that's super expensive too. So I would just, there are other things I would rather have. I could, like if I like one of the ways I look at that is I'm like, if I bought that, would it ever be a keeper book for me? And it wouldn't. I would immediately be selling it. And
yeah.
One thing to note, I just read the description over here. It's actually tied for highest graded.
Yeah, I mean, those Frankenstein books, they don't seem to have many high grade copies out there.
I feel like it's one of those things people just start collecting because they run into them and it's something different. And, for the most part, they're not that horribly expensive.
It could be an interesting if we ever get, your Drew's dream scenario where all of a sudden we get a huge resurgence of Universal monsters and stuff. And
we missed the end there.
Hits the zeitgeist. Maybe Frankenstein will come back into fashion.
I mean, I'd be down with that. I got my first helping of the Monster cereals this week. They came out with a new flavor.
Frankenberry.
I love my Frankenberry. But they came out with this new flavor called Carmella Creeper, which is like a caramel apple flavor. I tried it. I'll stick with the Frankenberry.
I mean, for me, it's Count Chocula or nothing. Like when I was, that was one of my favorite parts of going to this camp that I went to when I was a kid, was that they had Count Chocula and every breakfast. That is what that is what I was getting. They had, one of those like twist things, that you get your cereal in.
Yeah, you just rotate it.
Whatever. And that was what I was going to go for.
I don't know what camp that was, but I'm jealous I didn't get to go.
I feel like we run the gambit because I kind of liked Booberry. So
Booberry, there you go. And none of us were alive to really enjoy like Yummy Mummy or Fruit Brute.
Yeah, then there's Fruit Brute, which that's the one I cannot for the life of me ever remember.
It's like cherry.
I didn't even know that existed.
It's only been released like a handful of times in our lifetime.
That's the werewolf one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But basically, if you ever want to, everyone out there, enjoy yourself on a good YouTube rabbit hole. There's some good like YouTube videos about the history of like Count Chocula cereals and all that stuff.
I've really been enjoying the Purple Stuff podcast, and they did an entire episode about that. But there's a guy who's one of the two people on the podcast. His handle's Dinosaur Dracula, and all he posts is like 80s and 90s vintage stuff. Most of the time it's like food products.
Right.
So yeah, it's just right in the member berries for me. So we missed the Hangman sale.
I love member berries. That kills me.
But yeah, I mean, I can go down that rabbit hole for a long time.
So are you bidding on this 9/8 TMNT one? That's
I am not going to be a player on the 9/8. Maybe if it had a slightly abused brother, I could be a
I think
player.
there's a 9/0, I think, signed. I don't know if is it a first print? It looks like it's got prices. It's got to be a first print.
Now that you
Where's
mentioned
it
kind
at?
of that, sort of as we wait for the haunted fairs, are there any other interesting look forward to on your stream tomorrow books that you're most interested in?
Yeah.
So like for me, a couple, because I'll jump back to them, are at least one of the Haunted Thrills is one of my, I think it's one of the top tier like skull covers, especially, and it's Haunted Thrills number 6. It's the one where you've got the guy like throwing the dice. That is an incredible cover, and it's unfortunate that those don't have a known cover artist. I think they're feral.
Really?
Yeah, and so like those are all the Iger Shop ones. Like I think Mickey, you touched on that in your stream too, where it's like there's these ones where they go to basically like it's these ones. It was called Iger Shop, and so it's like there's just a bunch of people there, and you get kind of a mix of if it's going to be good or bad. And Haunted Thrills tended to get the good ones, and so there are some really great covers in the Haunted Thrills run, and 6 is one of the best.
Yeah, there's always this God, I can't remember what it is. It's a skull cover, and it's got this skeleton. He's driving and he's like hitting a guy. It's got the reflection thing. I've always kind of thought it was kind of a fun book, but I was always sort of disappointed that you didn't know who the artist was. But Lee Elias did interiors, and I was always like, okay, maybe I can just pretend like he did the cover here and enjoy this book for that reason.
There's some of them that are so good that it's too bad. And if you have somebody who's really experienced with this stuff, maybe they could pick it out, or you could try to like guess who might have done it.
Yeah.
But then if you're, and I know you were talking about the Archie stuff as well. Like there's some cool Archie stuff. I mean, the big one is obviously PEP 22. Like that is, I have to think, going to be, I don't think there's anything in the Bobby Blue collection that beats that. I mean, and the Sensation one isn't going to beat that.
Maybe the Mask one, if it
the Mask one could. That's the only one that might get close. But there's some other cool stuff like the Jackpot 4. I mean, like some of these books you just don't see. Then there's
the double cover.
The Journey into Mystery. That I'm really interested to see what that goes for. I'm thinking 20, but I don't really know. I mean, it's one of those where you're kind of throwing something at the wall and seeing what sticks with it, because it's tough to tell. So the double cover is a big one. Then there's a bunch of Marvel mystery, but I'd say like the two biggest books are really that Mask one, which feels cheap right now. I assume it's going to get a lot of bids before that comes up, and the PEP 22.
Everybody who is underbids tonight going to go hard for that Mask one.
It could be one of those things, like based on what we saw tonight, because it's like with the dynamic book, or what was it, Dynamite Comics?
Dynamic.
It's like the Mask one could follow a similar thing where it's a little hard to price that one, so it might just bid after bid after bid after bid, just keep going and going.
Yeah, because somebody will probably be like, I don't want it to go that cheap, like whether maybe they're the one that bought the 8.5, or they're they bought like a 6.0 and paid a bunch, and they're like, there's no way I'm letting this thing go below what I paid.
I don't want it, but I don't want you to get it for that little.
I mean, I have 100% bid on books for that, where I'm just like, I don't really want this, but I'm gonna make someone pay more for it, and if they I'm willing to take it if I'm the winner, and so that I'll do that. I mean, that's
it's true. It's a really interesting like conversation and talking point and all that stuff. Like even my comic that I wrote, there was a CGC book on it. I was like, I'm not gonna let this thing go for less than $30 here.
That's great.
But there's definitely other.
It went for 81. That was a solid.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah, man.
But there's definitely books that you get like emotionally invested in. That you're like, there's no, I'm not letting this sell for that. I'm going to sweep the floor.
Oh, that 6.5 Startling Terror, the LB Cole copy paste. That one's coming up
the
tomorrow.
Spider.
That's going to be a big one.
That'll be fun to watch.
But yeah, I think that'll be that. Yeah, that's one of, I think, the last ones that will sell that night. Because the Tales of Terror Annual 1 is the next day, and that'll be really
yeah.
interesting to see what that goes for. That is,
What is that? Like a 5.0?
it's a 5.0.
5.0.
5.0.
It's sitting
Yeah.
at 23 and change right now.
Oof.
And for people listening, 23,000 and change. But it's just
Yeah.
it's an extremely rare book, and especially in grade.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, that's got to be top 20, top 15% probably.
I
Maybe
don't
higher?
know. I haven't checked, but I feel like I don't know if I've personally seen something above that. So I've seen a few pop up on Instagram over the last couple of years, but they were like 1.0s, 2.0s.
Yeah.
And it was funny. I remember that's one of those ones that I think is a perfect example where I hadn't seen one in probably 2 years. And then like I saw
Right.
4, like, or
Mhm.
5, like back to back to back to back. Cause there was like one big sale and then a few of them got pulled out. And then I haven't seen one again for
Yeah.
like probably 6 or 8 months until this one. And
Yeah, I told Mrs. Como, I don't know, it's been a while ago, but it's like that's probably one EC book I'll never own, not for lack of being able to afford it, but for lack of opportunity to be able to buy it. Because for years, the only even sales I'd seen were private. So, big time EC collector to big time EC collector. And, since then, they've just kind of, relatively speaking, for what it is, come out of the woodwork. It used to be maybe 1 or 2 would sell a year, and to your point, now there's better part of a handful that have come out in the last 6-12 months.
Do you think that that's a I almost wonder if it's like all the advent of like all these companies and comics and things, like all the auction houses improving and Shortbox and whatnots and all this stuff, and social media's explosion and us having YouTube channels and stuff, just feels like a lot of the stuff has been a little more unearthed and visible. And not necessarily in a bad way, just like, oh, it's good. It's like people see it now and they can track it and you can get better opportunities to buy. And now there's more eyes and more people, and that's like things are more expensive, so it's interesting.
I mean, I think part of it too, though, is that like, I feel like with that one, with all, like Drew was talking about all the private sales, like maybe somebody was just like, I want a public sale to have a price set, know? And so they're just like, I'll put one out there. We'll see what it goes for. And then, cause like, I imagine it gets hard to sell the book at some point when people are like, just like, oh yeah, this is what I paid, so you should pay me more. It's like, it's like,
yeah, it's true.
Well, prove it, prove that that's actually the market for that book.
I mean, and it's not an unusual thing. I mean, hell, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1 used to be that way. Overstreet wouldn't even put a value on it for years because it was just so volatile and it rarely sold. And when it did sell, it was usually privately. So it's not an unusual phenomenon in the hobby, but it's definitely less common.
Oh, that 17 sold
currently. Yeah,
that
the
definitely
17
went low. Like people did not like the brown.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Well, this is where it's like, I think we need to start to talk about how this is a error variant or something.
Yeah,
because
it's a marketing problem. That's what it is.
I don't think that's like fading or anything. I don't think that's the case.
No, I mean the colors for the rest of the cover are too full and too bright for that to be a fade. There's just, I mean,
and you see it consistently.
Yeah,
you see it consistently like that, and it's like a perfect fade on the border. So you would think that, the brown would also have an effect on some of the art, but it's not always the case. I don't know.
The 2 or the 16 rather, and a 2.0 sold for 600. That's pretty decent.
I was watching that one, and
15 feels like, I mean, I just don't see 6.0s come up for sale.
Yeah, definitely not. Like I've chased a couple of 3.0s before. Oops.
But somebody,
I don't know.
I thought someone threw in another bid, but they didn't.
I even feel like, a 6.0 at 3,500 feels like a reasonable price, like a, dare I say, good price.
Yeah, I would say it's a good
that.
price. That's why I'm like, do I want to throw a bit? And just piss
one of
someone
those-
off that it goes
Yeah.
in the last 5 seconds.
Exactly. Exactly.
With this book, it does seem like a good price, and I've always really enjoyed this one. But I always kind of wonder if this is like it's like that tweener cop. It's like Haunt of Fear is kind of the third coolest of the series, almost.
Yep.
I don't know.
What do you say? Do you say Tales from the Crypt, then Vault, or do you put crime suspense stories? It's because it's got to be Tales. I feel like it's got to be Tales first.
Yeah, I feel like crime is like not. I wasn't counting crime. I was just like
all right.
of the three. It feels like Tales because of the brand name, and then like Vault because of maybe some of the keys in there, and then Haunt is the. Although the mummy cover in Haunt is one that I really don't want.
Hey, get in line, man. Get in line.
I'm gonna
My
shield
buddy
it.
bought one at an antique store locally for like $100, and I've never wanted to beat a grown man so much in my life.
Who are these guys like Alex the Comic Horror and stuff? They just walk into these grails, just antique. Every time I've ever been.
The sad thing is, I know where Alex got those books. Like,
dude,
I literally know those people.
Every time I walk into an antique store, the comics they're selling there is like 90s Image stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It always is.
Or Classics Illustrated Junior.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, 100%. Like I've gone into them. There's like a place near us that every time my wife and I visit there, I go into the antique shop, and my wife will help look around to try to find comics too, and it's always just modern. Like just like ugh. Yeah, I mean, but I feel like he puts in a lot of like,
a lot of dashboard time,
foot traffic, like into.
Yeah,
I mean, I think people talk about that. It's like you'll have someone say like, oh, I got this Secret Wars 8 for $10 at a garage sale, and it's like, yeah, but how many garage sales did you go to?
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
Was it worth it?
That's true. That's definitely the kind of the YouTube making it look sexier than it is. I went into Terrificon and met a lot of the guys that are YouTubers out there and stuff, and I was just saying, oh, it's so cool, you find all those collections. They're just like, it's like that's one every 10, if that.
The power of editing. Man, this Hangman is still hanging in there.
At first, that Haunt of Fear, it almost tricked me. The 19, it's got that damn conserved label on it.
Oh yeah,
where you're like because I had it scrolled down a little bit, so I wasn't seeing the exact top, and I was like, oh, blue label. I'm like, man, that's real cheap. And then I was like, oh, it's conserved.
Yeah,
that is why.
I almost got duped with a parent in a heritage auction thing the other day.
Was it a raw book?
It was a raw book. I was so close. I was just about to hit the bid, and then I was like, oh, I saw a parent at the last second.
Those are always fun, aren't they?
Thought I was getting a steal, and then I realized, of course, I wasn't.
Yeah, well, and the tricky part with heritage is like they're like, I don't know, 70-80% of the time they'll put a parent next to the grade, and the other 20% of the time they don't. And you have to, so that's why I've warned people. I'm like, if you're buying a raw book, always check the description, because the description will say what's actually going on. But yeah, you're still taking a risk with the raw book.
All right.
Where's that? How's the 25 doing?
It's where are we here? 1284 at the moment.
I don't know. Yeah, and again, that's going to be a tough one to price. Like, you had a 7.0. I mean, so it's like probably, I would probably guess around, I'd be like 12 to 1300. And I mean, it's right in there.
Where? Because no BP on those.
But it does look, it looks good with the pedigree label.
Yeah. We're dwindling down, guys. We're all on one screen here, and
there's a 9.6 too.
Yeah, those Gaines file copies, man, they're crazy.
Yeah,
that's why I was kind of curious to want to watch these, because I mean, 8.5s are generally pretty low. as far as, you know, what they found. So just kind of curious what kind of a premium they would go for in the lower grades.
But there is a 9.8, so
Mm-hmm.
not top of census. But that 9.6, yeah, I mean it's doing well.
I was going to refer back to that. What was that one that passed the Haunt number 2? The vampire with the Dracula in the background.
Oh yeah.
Yellow
Technically, was it 16?
Yeah. I was like, oh, see, that one was hovering really low for a long time. I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. And then shot right up. But first Old Witch, you know, got to collect all your firsts for the keepers. That's kind of a fun.
Yep. And she's kind of funny because, you know, she's on the cover to 15, number 115. But yeah, she doesn't actually appear in the book, which is
Oh, it's just
weird.
it's like Newbie's Gwenpool thing that he gets all worked up about. It's not the real. Read your comic books.
Oh my goodness.
I think everyone knows at this point, just the cover. Once they're on the cover, it's hard to undo the collector's mind on that one.
Yep. It's hard to open it up to see their appearance inside the book in a slab.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's already taken care of. It's, you know, it's like, yeah. I mean, once it's slabbed, I mean, that's where it's like for Gwenpool. Like, I feel like the one with her on the float in a pool is the. I like that cover. That's the coolest cover. But and I think that is the one where she's only on the cover, right? That she's not. I
think so. Was it like Secret Wars or something?
It's like, well, yeah, it's like Secret Wars, but it's like crossed. Isn't it like crossed out something where it's like where Deadpool something?
Yeah.
But yeah, then the other one is that Howard the Duck.
Yeah, that one I've actually had. I haven't had the other one.
Can I just come clean while I'm on your channel, and I would never say this on my channel.
Yep,
you know that Chris Pratt meme where he's like it says like, oh, I've gone this long and now I'm afraid to ask. I feel that way with like Gwenpool, where I'm like, I know who she is, but I also am like, who the F is Gwenpool? Like, when did this character come from? Like,
I'll do you one better. Why the F is Gwenpool?
Yeah, like what I know. I feel like I know nothing about this character that everyone in comics is obsessed with, and I'm just like, I don't know I don't know where she came from. I don't know what the story is. I don't know who anything about her.
Well, and maybe that's the thing. Maybe she was just created on a cover for fun, and then someone's like, "Oh, this is real popular," and I don't honestly know either. I know,
we have
like when you go into moderns, I know covers, I know some keys, but I don't know the stories.
Yeah, I don't know.
Derek's helping us out again there.
All right.
Double Secret Wars. Okay.
Maybe I'll do some research if she shows up, and I gotta talk about her and stuff. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I was right. That is what it was.
Got it.
They just made a fun cover and
just
then
throw some stuff against the wall and see what sticks.
I feel like that's like Gwenum. I think that was just a cover, and then
it was. Yeah. Guys, we're quickly getting to the point where we're just going to have the Gaines file copies issues to watch here. So the 28 is the closest one to closing. So this is one I want to see. Yeah.
Yeah, if you got any money left over, get your bids in.
That's right.
Is like the last call for all the bidders out there.
That's right. Session 3 is winding down.
I actually didn't bid on anything, so I mean that's why for me it's good to just like watch and commentate, because then I don't bid. it saves me money.
Yeah.
So
well, it's good. I bid on I think I bid on 2 things tonight. I think it was actually good to be on stream, because I feel like if I was by myself, I might have tunneled harder.
Been tempted a little.
I let it walk.
Yeah, I'm trying to be good, because I've got a convention in a month I'm saving up for. So gotta have some walking around money when you hit the con floor,
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's a question, because I mean, do you guys, when you go to a con, do you usually pay with cash, or do you pay with credit card, or what?
Cash money. Yep.
Because like I've always paid with credit card, and it seems, and I haven't seemed to have any issue with it. But I feel like you get a better deal or something like that. Or...
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you're fine with paying the price that's on the book, you can credit card all day, for sure. But if you want to try and get a little better deal than what it's marked at, then cash is going to be your friend for sure.
Yeah, I think I've generally spent cash, but if I buy anything that's like ends up being over 1,000 stuff, then I don't mind having it be in the books for me.
I mean, I remember watching who was it? I think it might have been like Steven with Comics with Bonix. Like this might have been him talking about, like he was doing like a little live stream at one of those shows that, you know, that's out local to him. And somebody said something like, guys walking, there's like a guy walking around with 50,000 in cash in a suitcase or like a briefcase.
It was definitely, I think it was in one of my, I was talking to a Hell Destroyer and he was talking about that on camera. But yeah, like, dude, I feel like people just walk up with briefcases and stuff. Like,
oh yeah,
this one guy, like
it's
Nico,
crazy, man.
Who I talked to, one of the dealers I talked to and stuff. There's a guy who he's got, if you guys are in any of those Facebook groups, there's this one collector and I can't remember his name, but he's San Diego based and he has the most insane collection. I mean, everybody has the most insane collection, but he's one of those guys that's like got like, I have 9/6, you know, whatever, X-Men ones and just all the stuff. And it's just, I'm pretty sure he bought like a 9/2 ASM 1 in cash, just like at
wow,
just coming in with briefcases and, you know, just drop cash there. And here you go.
I don't even know if I'd want that as the buyer. Like,
yeah,
like,
because then you're stuck with it.
Because then you're stuck with this. And like, how do you like, do you have like one of those markers to check, you know, like while you're there? Like, is this all real or is this fake? Or
I mean, I've been the guy Derek's talking about, you know, like we've rolled into, me and my buddy who we go to shows with, you know, we've rolled in with ridiculous amounts of trade fodder and cash on top of that. So, I mean, I've been that guy, but I feel like you can, you know, I'm not quite as concerned about having a few slabs in a backpack to trade off as I am, you know, cash money.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always a little bit of a gamble, but, you know, I think about it's just like being at San Diego Comic-Con and just thinking like, you know how much like cash is just transacting in this building right now? Like millions and millions and millions of dollars just going back and forth.
I mean, I've heard stories of guys walking into shows with literally a briefcase handcuffed to their wrist. You know, it's
so
like,
crazy.
I keep my Tech 27 in here, and you know, like it's going to go on my wall. It's not staying here. So,
I mean, that's like, I think we talked about this, how that one guy brought the original art for Batman 423 to show Todd McFarlane at like New York Comic Con last year. And there was, I think Todd McFarlane posted the video of it on his Instagram. And I'm just like, it was just some dude walking around with this thing. I'm like, you probably have like $3 million, like that little sheet of paper right there.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
It's like, I hope you have bodyguards with you, or I mean, just nuts to me.
But I mean, I think the key there is just anonymity. You know, if you've got that kind of stuff on you, you don't go flashing it around. You're just,
when you brought it out to show Todd McFarlane, like everybody's like, probably there. Like, I imagine that's the type of thing where it's like what Kramer in like Seinfeld, when he wins all that money at the track and that guy just follows him onto the subway, you know, like like that's what I imagine happening, where someone's just, they see it and they're like, I'll just tail you for, you know, a while.
Yeah, for sure.
It would be hard. I gotta say, it would be hard to unload that on the black market once you had like stolen your original art.
Yeah, I mean, original art's tough. It's going to be a tough one to sell. Yeah, but like, I mean, people sell like Picassos and things. Like, there's going to be somebody that's going to want to put that in a hidden room, you know.
Yeah, I mean, at what point can you actually break into the black market art world with comic art, right?
Yeah.
Well, we got one book left, gentlemen, and it's actually the last book, so it's kind of fitting. Man, but it keeps catching bids.
People keep bidding. Like, it's like, now it's like, just throw your bids in. Don't let
2050. Let's go, guys. End with a bang.
There we go. We're still
another
going.
one.
Last call, guys. Last call.
Yeah.
This is when you know, somebody is just like, they're like, I haven't bought anything. This is the last book of the night.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's a Gaines file.
I'm not
copy.
leaving without a comic book.
That's
It
right.
just got another bid.
Yep.
I,
don't know,
I
this-
feel like that does happen at shows, though, at comic shows. You get to like,
Yep.
whether it be on Sunday or it gets to 4:30, all the tables starting to like pack up, and you're just like, I'm gonna buy something.
Yeah. It's like I came all this way. I'm not going home with nothing. Damn it.
Well, that's been the frustrating thing for me for the last like 3 shows I've gone to. I
Mhm.
haven't bought anything, and I like the first like 4 or so. I was like every show I was buying like something, whether it was a couple things or maybe 5 or
Yeah.
6. But I just, I've gone in. I'm just like, it's just not really anything I really want to buy, and I feel like, I mean, at least like the wall books have been more than I want to spend in terms like I feel like I'm not seeing the deals yet, and so I feel like maybe I gotta wait again for a little more capitulation on prices. And
Yeah, I mean, I know shows are not kind of your usual haunt, but it's kind of the way it goes. You kind of run through hot streaks, and then you kind of go through cold streaks where it sucks and you can't find much, and then the next thing you know, you'll be back on a hot streak. So it's just you gotta keep plugging away, champ.
yeah, I know, and that's the thing. I know it's the same as the garage sales, right? Like you gotta keep going and put in the foot traffic, and eventually maybe you'll get it. But I mean, and part of it for me too is I'm generally not wanting. I don't really like digging through bins, and I mean, I like I'll go to dealers that I know have like more expensive bins, and I like going through those. But I don't really feel like going through $1 bins or $5 bins. But if there's like $100 bin or that kind of thing, I'll do that. But
yeah, you got to go around looking for like the Golden Age box, or
that's usually what I do.
Stuff.
I'm looking for the Golden Age labeled box, and then you go into it and it's like, oh, Westerns.
I like
Classics Illustrated. Damn it!
I definitely appreciate the dealers that have the bin that it's like keys.
Oh yeah.
Here's your list of keys, and I'm like, cool, thank you. Let's streamline this.
That's all we're here for anyway.
But I'm very much looking forward to the point when and I'll look to Drew. I'll wait for when Drew, the dealers are just so beaten down by the prices, and they don't care anymore. And then we're gonna feel in YouTube land and in auction land, we're gonna feel the market just starting to turn, and then that's gonna be that one little window. Yeah. Where the dealers and the LCSs are still really down, but the market
they finally repriced all their books.
That's when we're just gonna pick them dry.
Yep. They finally
realize that the market has turned.
Yep.
Oh my God! Someone threw in another.
Yeah, they bid again. I mean, there's a little bit of irony. Oh, hey, another one. A little bit of irony to the book that literally was like. It was either the last or the second to last EC book to come out. Like it won't die. It just keeps going.
Got another one.
I know.
This is a strong sale for this book. Like this is a really strong sale for this book. I mean, like a 7.0 this month sold for 716, and that I think was the record for that. Yeah.
I mean, so what kind of a premium do you give to the file copy though?
I don't give a lot of premium to the file copy. Like versus the thing is like, because that's your only option up here. At least it looks like. I mean, it's like there's an 8.0, an 8.5. There's an 8.5 Bethlehem.
Was this, and then a 9.0, 9.294 census file copy? Is this the one you?
Oh no.
Oh
yeah, this would be bottom end GFC. Which God bless them, they actually kept really good records on what they estimated the books to be at when they found them. So they're like, there are this many that are, 9.4, this many that are 9.2.
I mean that the Shock Suspense Story 6 is I don't know how many have 9.9s, but that one has a 9.9.
Yeah, that would be fun to watch because it would go nuts.
But it's interesting seeing like 9.8 struggle like to like get as big of numbers you would expect for that book because the 9.9 exists.
Yeah.
You're just like you still don't have the best copy.
Yeah.
So,
close, but not quite good enough.
Yeah. And I mean, I haven't looked to see if there's even a picture of the 9.9 if it's like sold publicly. It's one of those where that stuff scares me so much with like just like a book shifting in the case and
Yeah.
just immediately tens of thousands of dollars just evaporating.
Yep.
You know, like
Well, those you
like,
just wrap it in bubbles and put it somewhere stable and never touch it again.
and you got to make sure you lay it flat, you know,
Yep.
so you don't have like staple
Gravity.
tears, like the
Or
gravity
that's
of the
when
book.
that's when you sell it in person and you're showing people, you just put your hand over the new damage.
We got another
Just
bid.
like, see, it's a 9.8.
Yeah.
Oh, the 9.9 it sold on Heritage in 2015. And I that's right. I know I've looked at this one before because I felt like that was probably one of the best purchases someone has ever made.
What they buy it for?
Is 15,000.
Oh my God. You're
You know,
kidding me.
Like that book, if it came today, would probably, I don't know if it would break 100, but it would get
knock on the door.
Yeah. I feel like 80 is not like out of the quiz. I think a 9.8 went for like 28. So I mean, for that 9.9, I mean, like triple the price is not unheard, is pretty.
Do you think that were they
2,500? We're still going over here, guys.
with the person? Did the person buy that book, or were they the one that sent it in for grading?
Oh, I'm sure they sent it in. Whether
What do
they
you mean?
bought it just before they sent it in.
The person who got the 9.9. Like,
Oh, do you think
actually
do you think they were the original owner? Is that the question?
Yeah. Or like, was it a sale that like turned hands that you can see, or was it like maybe they just sent it in? I was wondering about that with the Hulk 181. That's the 9.9.
Oh, the
It's
9.9.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did someone? Do you think they sent it in and they got that, or do you think they bought it? Because I don't know if the sale is recorded or whatever.
Well, I guess I don't follow the Hulk 181 9.9. It did sell, but it didn't. I think it sold privately.
Oh, okay. That's what I was asking. I was like, did it ever?
Or it was like
sell?
facilitated by ComicConnect or something like that. There was something with that one.
Somebody backing it.
But I remember this is why I remember talking about this Shock Suspense 6, because it's off white to white. And we were like, trash book. It's like 9.9 trash book.
Nobody wants it.
Nobody wants this thing. The 9.8 holder, the 9.8 white page can still hold that over you.
Yeah.
That's how I felt about the FF49 9.8 that sold like recently or whenever that was. It has off white to white. It's not white pages. And I was like, oh, then the other copy is clearly better.
That's right.
I mean, technically, it's not the number one. You know?
It's not.
That jerk can lord it over you. But I think there's only 199, so at least you can claim that. But that's another one of those that, you know, that's the type of thing I look at. I'm like, oh, okay, you don't need white pages for a 9.9. You know, like that's how little page quality actually matters. And
yeah, I mean, especially at that point. Now, if it was like tan pages, you're not going to get a 9.9.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Right.
Like there are caps. Like brittle, the most you can get is 3.5. Slightly brittle, it's 6.5. But I think I've seen off-white 9.8s. I think you can get an off-white 9.8. But I mean, the 9.9 does look incredible. Like its colors are so bright, it's absurd.
It's like a 9.8, only it like has this aura. It like glows.
I mean, it's true. It's like it's got this like the red looks. It's like more pink. I mean, there's just something. It just like you're like, oh yeah, that looks really nice. And that's even without, if you even block out the 9.9, so you don't even see that. But yeah, like, I mean,
do you just? It's one of those books though too, where it's like, oh man, the centerpiece of your collection. It's kind of hard to pull that one off as like,
you know,
like, guys, this is my favorite book.
It's like
you can show that to comic collectors, but like the average person, they come to your house and you're like, look at this thing, and they're like, it's like your comment. What was it yesterday? It's like you're a bunch of freaks.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, this takes me back to a time when it just gives me a lot of nostalgia when I look at this. It's like, why?
Well, guys, Metal Bum said that this rocked, and I think it's another great opportunity. Hey, we got another bid. We're now at 3,000 on this Honda Fear 28. But it's a great opportunity to remind everybody who's hung with us, one, thank you. But we're going to do this again tomorrow night at Ryan's channel, Automatic Comics. And then Friday night, we're going to be over on Swagglehaus Comics. We got more sessions of this auction to cover and more things to talk about. So
The Friday night one, I feel like I'm gonna be drinking during that one.
Yeah,
Once we're
definitely.
3 days deep into this, I've been sitting in this chair for 12 hours.
Yeah,
like it's officially starting to become part of us at that point. So
the Friday show will be, I think we have maybe a couple ones to keep our eye on, but we can get a little loose on that.
Yeah. It's gonna be great. It's a good thing we didn't start drinking tonight. I mean, because we're literally about to roll over to 4 hours.
Yeah,
like
My
5
goodness.
seconds.
I thought
away.
about it, but I went with the Mountain Dew.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
I had
need something.
my Spidey tumbler full of tea. I got my Yeti full of water. I've got my jug to refill, so I came prepared. Another bit. This book refuses to die.
This is crazy.
Oh,
Like,
God.
this has to be someone that's just like I need to win.
Yeah, I need this file copy. So let's see.
Like, are they going to like set the record for this book? I mean, they might. I mean, that might even be.
I don't
the
even
record
know.
for this book. It's pretty. I mean, it's pretty funny. Like, I bet you if like a 9.4 sold tomorrow, it would sell for. Actually, go check. Yeah, this is the record for this book.
In all grades.
All grades. Because the prior record would have been the 9.4 that sold for 2012 years ago.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Oh wow. And just so there's no blue label that's sold. The highest blue label sale is a 7.5.
Like I'm gonna just take a close look at it to see if like maybe they think. I mean, from the front it looks really nice.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering.
There's a little color break here.
Yeah, I saw like one color break on the spine. There's maybe some. I mean,
edges and the corners are super sharp.
So now I feel like, I can actually, let's see if I can scan that with my, because it's got the barcode. Let's see if I can scan
there you go.
Come on. I don't want to type in the number if I can help it.
The corners are absolute razors.
Yeah, it's not doing it. Okay, so I'm gonna have to type in this number. So let's see here. Number 0. Oh, and it was graded a long time ago. It starts with a 0.
Yep.
So somebody had it re-slabbed to get the gold label.
Mm-hmm.
So right bottom back cover, heavy bend. Bend is a good sign.
Bottom back cover. Well, especially on the black where it's white.
Right bottom spine stress lines. Top front cover, light crease. Top spine bend. Top spine crunch. I don't see
a spine crunch. What the hell are they talking about?
I mean, like there's like 2 bends they're talking about, but I don't see a crunch.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, whatever's on the back cover ought to press out, but I don't see a thing. Maybe ever so faint at the very right up above the F on fear in yellow.
Yeah, like there looks like there's a little like thing that curls up, but
yeah. I mean, you got to think that you could crack that, get a good press on it, and pop into the 9s.
Because like I see like 2 spine ticks right by the old witch, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's about all. And then that one thing up in the yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean those edges and corner. Oh, and so maybe there's a little one crease on the.
Hey, it's sold! Hot damn!
Oh wow!
Look at that! Ooh, that thing had staying power.
I bet even like ComicConnect, they're like, come on, guys.
Yeah, like we want to go
like
home.
They're actually just throwing in a high bid to try to end it. Like we all
for the love
home.
of God, please stop. All right, man. What a night, guys.
We did it.
That
impressed.
was something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think this may be like our longest coherent stream.
We had a really long one on Mickey's channel. Like,
oh yeah,
I remember there was
one. The Illuminati one.
Lost 4 hours, and I was like, oh my god, like I'm dying in this chair. Like this is just like my like a dining room chair I have down here.
Yeah,
it is not comfortable.
Yeah, I think that was like the last Illuminati one, and I was in a hotel room or something awful like that.
I think so. That was definitely a long one, but did we go 4 on that? I don't know. We might have gone like 3:45 or 50.
And we had like 6 people, I think, to talk.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. There was some topics covered in depth. So
for sure.
That's great. Well, closing thoughts on night 1, gents.
I mean, it started strong and it ended strong.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
so
I'm
insane.
sad that the Cap 4 sold for more than I was
Yeah.
willing to pay.
I'm
But
sad that the
regrets
Cat
there.
is like one of the few books that didn't sell bigger because that's the
Yeah.
one I own. Like, come on, and the 74, like the
I
two
know,
books.
right?
Yeah.
We got to reprice. We got to reprice here. But
Yeah.
yeah, it seemed like a really strong showing, strong
Mhm.
sales all around.
Sure.
Cool to
mean-
see some of the books. I mean,
We all
Yeah.
learned that pages are a terrible investment.
pages right now, but now's the time to buy pages.
That's
for
right.
sure.
That's right. Assemble your
Um,
own books. You don't need to buy a book that was assembled 80 years ago. You can do it yourself.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, that's great.
absolutely.
All right.
But I feel like,
Well-
yeah, thanks for having us on the channel, and
Yeah.
we'll
Happy
run
to,
we'll
and
run it back.
Yeah.
appreciate you
I
guys.
got to put a thumbnail together and I'll send out my my
There you
notice
go.
for tomorrow.
All right. And are we thinking around the same time, maybe a little bit later?
I think I'll unless there's a certain book you guys are really interested in seeing, I'll probably aim for somewhere before the Jays, because I think
Okay.
then we can miss a lot of maybe the Incredible Hulk that goes. So probably
Pretty
about
stacked.
30 to 35 minutes after this one. So maybe 8:30,
Okay.
8:35. But
Okay.
I'll take a closer look because then I can actually see when they should actually start hitting. So
Sounds great. All right, everybody. Well, you know where to find us tomorrow over on Ryan's channel, Automatic Comics. We're going to check in for session 4 of this Comic Connect auction. And if it's half as exciting as tonight, it's going to be a hell of a good time. So thank you for hanging out with us, and we will see you tomorrow.